Oh, goodness. What do you say we do a show, kids?
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States in the North American continent on this planet Earth. I'm all twisted here. The only one. We have third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 20th of November 2022. You might be wondering to yourself, what is he wearing today? Well, I'm wearing an older, not the current, but an older United States national football team. No, not American football, real football. Real football like you play with your feet. Not the NFL where you throw it and, toss it around, but that you play with your feet. This is an older United States national team, both women's and men's national soccer jersey, and I wear it in recognition of, and in anticipation of, and call attention to tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time now, 2 p.m. Eastern time on Fox. is the American debut in World Cup 2022. The United States men's national team. And to be honest, to even call it the men's national team is a bit of a stretch, a bit of a stretch. I believe the average age on the squad is about 22 years. So these are young men, but they debut tomorrow in the World Cup in Qatar. And I guess it's either Qatar or Qatar. I don't know. I'm still hearing both. It seems more like Qatar to me, so you can correct me at will if you wish. They debut tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, live from Qatar in World Cup group play. Their opening match v Wales tomorrow. And if you have paid any attention to this program, I am essentially down to two sports. I will watch other sports because it is live and I enjoy the competition and it's always different. I will watch hockey. I will watch college basketball, not the NBA so much. I will watch some college football. I will watch very little NFL because that's a television show. That's not much of a sporting event. I don't watch golf at all. I will watch tennis. I love the Olympics because I love the variety and different sports that you don't get to see on a weekly basis. The only time you really ever get to see them or that the athletes get any recognition is in the Olympic Games. I love those. But my two pretty much only rock solid go-to, I will build my schedule around if sports any longer are football, national team, and national team, some MLS, and of course the Premier League, and baseball. So I'm excited for the World Cup, but yet at the same time, I don't want to say ambivalent about it. That would be wrong. But with all of the controversy that has surrounded this World Cup, where it's being held, how it was obtained, if you will, by the Qataris, just the sheer amount of corruption and money that was spent for them to get it, and the amount of money that they have spent on it, the migrant workers, the hundreds of migrant workers who came to Qatar for the promise of a better life and income and building the stadia needed for the World Cup, and then had their green cards confiscated so that they couldn't leave, and were essentially treated as slaves. And not even essentially, they were treated as slaves, housed in barracks and underfed, underpaid, if paid at all, threatened with jail, deportation, the whole 9 yards. So all of that certainly has bothered me. It makes me, it just bothers me. It's not what any of this should be about. I do think generally as a species, we do tend to take sport way too seriously. Sport is supposed to be recreation. It's supposed to be an escape, something to kind of take you away from the quote unquote day-to-day trudgery, if you will, of a work life and so on. So to put this much in it is frightening. The Qataris reportedly have spent over $200 billion securing, meaning obtaining the rights to host this World Cup, and then building stadia for it. They had no football stadiums in the country prior to when they were awarded this World Cup. I believe it was 6 years ago that they were first awarded it. And they have spent over $200 billion to get ready for it. Now, revenues are already up. The Qataris will lose money on this. There's no question about it. They will lose money. But FIFA, of course, the world governing body for football, will make, and its officers will make FIFA will make billions. Its executive board will make tens, if not hundreds of millions, and then it will roll down. The countries will make some, the country, individual national federations will make some money, and so on. The Qataris will lose, but then again, the Qataris have the money to lose. And why do they have the money to lose? Because they have our money. Because the Qataris are a Persian Gulf oil-rich nation, and they have money to burn, quite literally money to burn. So they will lose money on this, but what they feel it will bring to their nation as far as it being recognized on a world stage is worth it to them. And when you have reserves, financial reserves that are quite literally incalculable in their depth or in their height, if you will, although I guess depth depending on if you talk about drilling for oil, but that there is limitless wealth. It is incalculable how much wealth lies under their feet and how much they actually hold, the ruling family of Qatar, one of the Emirati ruling families. So I just wear my jersey in support of the United States. There are only, it kind of stinks. There's only 3 nations. As the tournament goes on and nations fall out of it, I will find new favorites. I do think the United States can make it to the knockout round. I would hope that is the minimum that they accomplish. I also think that's the minimum that should be expected of them, is to make a knockout round. The unfortunate part, at least for me, is that 2 of the other clubs I would have rooted for heartily are in the same group as the United States. That would be England and Wales. So the US will play Wales. Only two. So there's 32 teams, 8 groups of 4. 2 teams advance out of the group into what they call the knockout stage. I'm hoping that the United States will be one of them. If it goes the way I think it can and probably should go, then it would be England and the United States coming out of the out of that group. But I do think there's a chance the US doesn't come out of it, though. I expect them to lose their match to England. I expect them to draw with Wales. They will have to beat Iran, and that might be enough to get them out of the group. Wales will lose to England. Again, they'll draw with the US, and then I have no idea what they'll do with Iran. Iran should lose to the US and should lose to England. That will take care of that. So that is a little bit of World Cup. I hopefully didn't bore the tears out of you, but I thought I would explain why I am dressed in this. It's not about, it doesn't even go back to the elections or anything like that. We're just trying to support Team USA. Again, the United States men's national soccer team begins their World Cup play tomorrow, Monday, the 21st at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and they will be facing Wales, and that is on Fox. And I will be doing everything I can to have my butt in my chair parked in front of the TV to be watching that, I assure you. The Women's World Cup, by the way, is next summer, 2023, and I believe it's in France, but I'm not 100% on that. But that comes up straight away as well. Comes up a little bit closer because the Women's World Cup was canceled during the height of the pandemic. They played it a year later, but they're getting back on their 4-year schedule. So a Women's World Cup comes up very, very quickly next summer. The U.S. women will be defending the World Cup crown. So that said, let me get into the business end of the program. For all of you out there across the Facebook universe, and I believe that we have shared, I will look in just a second. We shared the program to 102 places, 102 places this particular Sunday, November the 20th, wherever you might be across the Facebook universe. If you are in any of those 102 different places, feel free to stay right where you are. You can continue to watch and listen and just enjoy the program. Please keep in mind, I will do the best that I can do. We'll do the absolute best that I can do to monitor all of the places that we have shared the program. In so far as that I see comments and so on from other coming in from other groups, I will do my best to respond to them. But if I don't see them, I don't see them. If you are watching on one of our great groups, I mean, really loyal, great groups who always welcome our program each week, groups like, let me just take somebody out as an example, if you will. Hang on, I will find one. How about a group like the Lycoming County Democrats? They're awesome. They're kind enough to allow me to share the program there every single week. So if you were to comment on the program where you are watching it, if it's the Lycoming County, I don't see that. I don't see it, and it makes it very, very difficult for me to respond to you. However, folks, that's why we have a home group Facebook page. It's called That Other Side of Information. You can join us here, continue to watch, listen. I will then see your comments and your questions, and I will, of course, pass them on to our guests, to our sisters, brothers, friends, and family at hot101.net, one of the originators of internet radio around this globe, wherever you might be listening to hot101.net around the globe, Australia, New Zealand, throughout the African continent, a few dots around the Western European continent, South America, Central America, Canada, and of course, across the United States. We thank you for being with us. To our friends, to our Hot 101 listeners and friends in Australia and New Zealand, happy Monday. It's already Monday for you, where it is Sunday evening here on the East Coast of the United States. Thank you for being there. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it is extremely simple. Our name is our web address. It's very, very easy, hot101.net. There is no type of device that you can't listen on. Desktop, laptop, tablet, phone. You can Bluetooth to anything that can take it, a smart speaker, Bluetooth it inside the car. And the Apple, you can go to the Apple App Store and get the hot101.net app. You can go to the Google Play Store and get the hot101.net app if you have an Android device. If you have any other type of device like a Google Pixel or Motorola phone or something like that, go to the TuneIn radio app. Go up to the search bar, search for hot101.net. You will find us there, and you can listen through the TuneIn radio app. And of course, America's favorite game show, where I try every single week. I have only done it once so far. I hope I get to do it hundreds of more times, because I'm an immature child and it makes me smile when I do it. You can tell Alexa, hey Alexa, play hot101.net. Now, if I triggered anybody's Alexa, you need to call me, message me, comment to me, something. If I triggered your Alexa in the background and now you're listening to me, I really need to know that, because I'm a child and I'm immature, and it makes me smile. It makes me happy that I triggered your smart device. So please let me know. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, PA. Pay attention to their Facebook page. Nearly 10,000 followers on that Facebook page. They do important work reporting on the comings and goings and happenings in the Lancaster area, and of course all across Pennsylvania. A very, very important minority-owned company. There are not enough of them, and they are a very important voice here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will open phone lines later in the phone line, he said, later in the program, now that I have it working. We found that out a little bit by accident last week. Randall was good enough to call in, and it turns out we've solved our phone problems. What a shocker. Hooray for us. Hooray, technology. I've only spent thousands of dollars on all of this shite. I'm so glad that it's working. Brilliant. Thank goodness. But we will open up the phone line a bit later in the program. So that is the business end of the program. I've explained my jersey. So let's get to our guest. I have been asking this gentleman to appear on this program for the better part of, years, I want to say. 2 years, perhaps. Might be a bit more. But because he is so busy, He never said no to me. It's one of the interesting answers that I've gotten since I've been hosting this program. He never said no. He always said, yeah, quite yet. Not quite now. But we'll find a time. Well, we found a time, and he is here. And that, of course, is Mr. Brad Kirsch. I wish I knew how directly, or not directly, that's the wrong choice of words. I wish I knew how more expansive to introduce him, but he is so varied and deep in his life experiences. Do I call him someone who's run big corporations, someone who's been involved in politics, advisor and friend to Congress people, presidents, senators, governors, all of the above? And I could keep going, but it's better that you hear it from him than from me. I'm here every week. But it's better that you hear it from him. So, and I also have to say straight from the top, as you know, I am effusive in my praise of people who are willing to come and share their time with us, especially on a Sunday evening, which I think is still somewhat traditionally family time here in the United States. So I'm grateful for that, but I'm also grateful for what I don't think I'm certainly mischaracterizing as our growing friendship here with Mr. Kirsch and myself, and I am certainly the better for it. Of all the list of things that he could put on his resume, friendship with me is probably way down on the list, as it should be. But I'm very pleased to have him here. I'm very honored to have him here. And let me just say then to you, Mr. Kirsch, welcome to the program.
Thank you. My pleasure to be with you finally.
Well, we did get a chance to talk. I think it was Friday, and I did cheat a little bit, and I gave you the opening question. So let me, for formality's sake, offer you the opening question that we offer to all of our guests, especially new guests, and that is, who is Brad Kirsch, and how did you get here?
When I was very young, I had a card printed. Well, not very young, but basically when I was around 30-ish, I had a card printed that said Brad Kirsch, human being and friend. I like to think that that's really been my pursuit, and that's been my real penetration into business and politics and everything else that I've engaged in my lifetime. I've tried to maintain the human being and friend despite the vicissitudes of the world. And I think I've probably now, I'm now 84, and I think it's finally dawning on me that I've been able to get through life rather unscathed, in my opinion, that I could be rather stick to a certain center of living that allows me to be truthful without being abrasive as I once was in my youth. I've mellowed over the years, which we have a tendency to do. I've passed everything to the point now where I'm getting payback for what I once was as an elder. The real world has chastened my revolutionary spirit, and I've had to actually learn what the world is about at a lot of levels. And it's been a painful trip at times. I started out, I'm a self-made man. I had learning disabilities as a child, actual physical and emotional learning disabilities. I had lost my mother at birth. Didn't get proper touch, which is a real condition that affects your life forever. Born actually like the motherless child, and my mother died shortly after my birth. And for some reason, I drew a lot of people into my life over my lifetime who became mentors to me. I'm not a self-made man because I was self-made. I was self-made man because I was humble enough to listen to others and learn from what they taught me and be pretty loyal as an employee or as a worker and as a friend. I think probably the chief quality that I have is loyalty. I listen, I learn, I try to share as much as possible, although I've had my periods of life where I've been rather selfish and stupid also. At this age, I have nothing to inhibit my being who I am. Somebody recently called me politically courageous for some of the things I've done. I've actually sued multinational corporations, being on a school board, been countersued, had slap suits thrown at me. You know, these corporations, if you go after them, they really have no sense of humor at all. They're very punishing to you if you actually speak up. So I've been at some ends. I've been in politics since my childhood, because my family actually formed unions and was in the union movement. I myself, as I came up, was mentored by business owners, so I became the only one in the family that wasn't a union member. Well, I was a union member at age 8. My father was a supermarket manager and used to take me in on Saturdays. There's a funny story. He took me into the store and I worked the produce. He was a supermarket manager, and I worked the produce counter, put stuff in the bag for people and weighed it up at 8 years old. And the union business agent came into the store and said, "Who's he? What's he doing there?" And my father explained, it was a child. He's bringing me on Saturday with him, spend the day with me, because he worked 6 days a week, long hours. And the union guy says, "Well, I can allow it, but he's got to have a card." So at 8 years old, I had a union card. And I proudly have been both a member of the union and later on in my life, I've developed to being a personnel director and a personnel manager later in my life. And I never lost being a union member. I just was able to deal with unions in a way where I could actually explain how to go, they should go about grieving things I did, and actually help them get past me if they wanted to grieve it. And actually was able to calm a lot of labor disputes in various companies that I went into to help quiet them down, because I actually showed them the procedures and told them, you know, rights and how to get rights and so forth. To the point where one time I was in labor negotiation, the company, while it was a multinational, and wound up mad at me because the workers would not sit down at the table unless I was permitted to be in the negotiations, which actually had a reverse effect on my job situation with that particular corporation. So I've always been able to do this. It's not been easy, but I saw no other way to do it. Now I have enemies, not my enemies, they're enemies to me because they just don't get where I'm coming from when I insist on doing things in a parliamentary fashion when I'm in politics, or some of the things I've done. I've been engaged in politics since my younger years. My first campaign was the Kennedy campaign in 1960 as an assistant committee person in Philadelphia. And I can remember my entry into politics and work politics in Philadelphia, moving to New Jersey. I'm just going to skip around a little bit. I ran against Florio in 72 for Congress, full medal as a independent candidate in three-way race between a Republican, Democrat, and myself, where both my opponents, Florio and John Hunt, who was a very staunch Republican, former FBI agent, member of the banking committee, and Florio didn't like each other, and they both liked me. It was a strange thing, and I was able to get the respect of both of them. I went to Florio's swearing in after he won the congressional thing, and actually had a cocktail party in the House committee room where they were impeaching Nixon. Each congressman can have a party. If he's got enough money left over, he can throw a cocktail party when he gets initiated into Congress. I was able to meet McGovern and various other people at the time, and actually became sort of friendly with Florio. And I asked him why he invited me there. He says, "Well, Brad, you're pretty right on all the issues, but you didn't build image." And, I was just straightforward. We got to do this and we got to do that. And I didn't realize, and I still have a problem with the fact that you can't just talk about reality in politics and what the world's about. You've got to do it in a way that gets through to other people's image of what politics is about. So you're not only trying to talk or speak to the various problems we have in the world today, but you've got to deal with a bunch of obfuscations of reality that are very individual. most people face politics as more of a less of a movie, where you have the good guys and the bad guys. There's nothing in between, and there's no negotiating between good and evil. And I have to say to you that good and evil exists in the intent of the person rather than what you observe them doing. And to try to deal with people with intent and friendliness and caring sometimes works, and sometimes it doesn't. Now, I'm not a political power. I never have been. I have an ability to speak truth to the people I deal with and have them accept it. They don't have to agree with me. And I have learned to manage my life. And if somebody disagrees with me, as long as I feel I've been heard, I don't have to get nasty or angry about it. I'm scared now of what I see of the world. And I put the thing is not, I'm leaving soon anyway. So I'm now at an age where actually there's nothing that anybody can do for me. Not that I've actually ever gotten anything out of politics as such. I've never asked for a personal political favor. I've just been there to help others get elected. I've been there to sometimes say, don't do certain things because you're going to get in trouble. Actually, that's how I moved up in the business world. I had bosses who I was very loyal to, but when they started to overstep themselves, I come in and fight with them. I say, you can't do this. It's going to hurt you with your own workers. So I'm here this evening. I'm not here to get credentialed. At this point,
I can't offer you any other than a welcome into the program family. I got nothing else to offer, unfortunately.
No, I'm saying, it's like I run for office. I've been on school boards. I run for Congress. I've had offices. I've run volunteer organizations in various townships and places, from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh to Harrisburg. I have a series of titles right now. I have 3 at the state committee level here. I'm the founder of the senior caucus of the Democratic State Party. I also chair an outreach from the Democratic National Committee. I'm a co-chair of that. That has to do with senior leadership in the United States. We have a 21 state compact between certain senior organizations that works to try to get the explanation of what the Biden administration is doing right now to try to get seniors prominent. I'm going to say something very really. I'm not very happy with where seniors are at in this country at this point, both from the fact that the young are trying to overthrow our control of everything. Meanwhile, we're dying in numbers that are unspeakable due to the murderous policies of Trump administration and COVID, due to the compacting of seniors being warehoused in various states in ways that I wouldn't put on my worst enemy. And it isn't that we're controlling things, it's that we get a view now of a world that is, I think, we're so hidden from the reality of what life is about in this world. And we are so wealthy in this country, even the poorest of us are wealthier than some of the richest in some far-flung places in this earth. And we're evading the real problem of the environment. And I've never been noted to be an environmentalist because I can't come in at that level with most shows or people I'm talking to. I can't talk to the environment most of the time. It's scary to see what's happening. It's scary to see people digging down 2 and 3 stories to get water in Africa. It's scary to see us fighting about whether we're going to produce gas because we still have to. It's scary to me to see the environment being talked about as one thing or another. I think we've got to take an environmental look at people slowly, as it's economically feasible, shutting down the gas and increasing the profitability of producing energy by having energy produced by the sun. I think the same companies that are now producing oil and gas are starting to convert their money into doing other things. I don't think Biden could solve this problem in the 2.5 years they're blaming him for not solving them for. And I'm sharing this with you. Frankly, I think he is the best president for the times we've ever had. He's a basically good administrator. I have had the privilege of meeting with him privately by accident, or just a serendipitous situation. Spent some time with him, spent a lot of time with the staff prior to his running, prior to the first inauguration, the first debate that he had. I had the privilege of meeting his staff and him and having some time and really getting to know him. And knew of him when he first ran because my sister-in-law at the time in Delaware was working as a volunteer for him when he first ran for the Senate. She went on to become a national secretary for the National Organization of Women later on. She's retired now, long retired, but I've had commerce with him and some of the people around him for a long time. No, he's not the great genius of the world. He's not the great savior of the world, but the man knows government. And as a former business person, you have to have an administration that knows what they're doing. And he's got the most qualified administration I've seen ever from a standpoint of getting actual things done and accomplished. Now, if that's not enough coming out of what Trump is to just stabilize this country, to get us thinking in a proper flow and direction of what people need, then I don't know what is. And so then anybody that does get on the show or you want to question me further about what I see there, I'm perfectly willing to not only defend Mr. Biden, but absolutely tell you that I don't like the ageism. I'm not old. I'm not at all thinking old. I'm probably ahead of a lot of the people who think they're young and they're basically know everything going on. I've been around long enough to know what I don't know, and I know what I do know, and I do know more than I don't know.
Let me take that opportunity to do a reset here. 5:37 Eastern Time. You are listening and watching The Kennedy Effect live for November 20, 2022. A little program announcement. We will not be with you next week. Enjoy your long Thanksgiving holiday. We will be on the road, and just please enjoy your Thanksgiving. And I know this sounds a bit quaint almost every time I say this when an important holiday comes up. Try to remember what Thanksgiving is about. Friends, family, and yes, I will obviously dramatically overeat. I will be buying larger pants probably sometime before we go away. And I will fit into them quite comfortably, and I will need a belt, and I won't need a belt by the time I get back. But that said, just try to think about what it's about. We've had, we are coming out of this sort of modern dark age where we were kept away from each other for a good long time. And even when we weren't, some of us did stay away for safety reasons and health reasons. I think we are largely past that, not completely, but certainly a long way there. So just try to take some stock a little bit in this long weekend coming up, this holiday week coming up. We will have a very choppy schedule for you coming up in the next few weeks. We will not be with you next week. We have 3 shows in December, and then we're out for 2 full weeks for the holiday season, and then we see you again in January. So much to cover with our guest. Wherever you might be on Facebook, we've shared the program to 102 places this week. You also out there in Facebook world, please feel free to share this program to any individual, any group, any page, anywhere you think it is appropriate, and even some places that you don't think it is, because they need to hear us too. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the Tune In radio app. And you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, and of course, TCP, the cultured professional from Lancaster, PA, right here in our own Commonwealth. Brad, let me ask you about a couple of things. I've already made notes. Like an actual human being, like an actual adult here, I've made notes because I won't be able to keep everything straight. These are very broad topics, of course. I hope that we can narrow down, drill down a little bit on some of them as we proceed. But you brought up a couple of things in your opening that I wanted to follow up on. One of which is, and perhaps 2 of them actually go together, but I have written down here style over substance and politics as an art. One of the things that I think is lost in modern politics is the art of it. And I think that that's been the style over substance, in my humble opinion, seems to come from the right. The art of politics being completely lost seems to come from the activist left. That the style over substances, I'm not going to talk about any specific policy. I'm just going to anger you and wear great suits and speak well, good makeup, great presentation, music, stage show, almost a Broadway type atmosphere. The loss of politics as an art seems to me to be coming from the activist left. I'm really ticked off about this particular issue, and I'm going to go storm the castle, so to speak, storm the government. I'm going to burn it all down. I don't know how to speak in public. I have no real grasp of the issues. I don't even really understand what office I'm running for. I can be running for dog catcher, but I then spend my entire time talking about Second Amendment rights because I simply don't understand civics and don't understand what we're talking. I don't dress right. I don't, and obviously Mr. Fetterman kind of shattered the dress thing a little bit, but I don't present. I can't put I can't put an image forward to the crowds and the people that I meet and talk to that I'm capable of the position that I seek. Can you talk to me and talk to us a bit about that sort of evolution from your opening campaign, which is represented well behind me, to where we are now, where one whole side of the spectrum is style and not enough of the other side of the spectrum understands the art of what we do?
You got to talk dualities. And I remember a campaign I ran against someone running for state rep one point in my life, and I was running against a good-looking guy who was doing a moderate job. I really didn't like what he was doing. In fact, when I debated him, I said to him, I'm not going to do names here because it's long gone. We are somewhat friendly after the campaigns. And I put out 3,500 signs here in Bucks County one time saying, not just another pretty face, which actually matched the reality. So then I put up signs of substance, like one about healthcare, one about education. Brad will do this, Brad will do that. And these signs, and at 3,500 signs, Philadelphia was called, my printers in Philadelphia, what are you doing up there in Bucks with the sign thing? So it was my way of being humorous. Another time when I was running as an independent against both a Republican and a Democrat, I used I put a bumper sticker out. The lesser of two evils is still evil, which was my way of saying that both parties were having a party at the expense of the average citizen at the time, which I haven't seen a great change in, let's say, since 1970s, 60s area. A lot of years ago, they're still having a great party at the expense. The more vacuous the brain of the campaign, and it's not just the person campaigning, it's the people he has to get in to help him to do it, and the mindset of the people running the campaigns. The more vacuous they are, the more showman-like they become, and then you get a Trump who becomes the ultimate demagogue because they're looking for the show. I don't think that people, when I watch Trump, for instance, do his speeches, when he starts doing this little dance and these other things, and he gets excited in front of the people and makes his faces to the people, he grabs an emotion in these people. And all of a sudden they're talking to each other. All of a sudden they snap to it like this, and yeah. And it gets the crowd going. You got to watch how these crowds operate. You can go back to the films in the 1930s of Hitler at the Reichstag, speaking to the crowd with the crazy eyes and emotions. And that grabs the internal of the person. And it's beyond thought. It's now the mob, a reaction to their emotions. They want to be like Trump, and they want to tell the others, go do this to yourselves. That's what they're coming in. That hatred comes out, that anger comes out, and that angst comes out. And all of a sudden you have a gestalt, as they say in psychology. And that gestalt takes over, and all of a sudden, we're going to get them. And that's where we are today on one side of the political line. Now, I hate to say this, but I think that he's scared out a lot of good Republicans. People who I would have no problem arguing with and working to solutions with, because that's the object of really governing, is to get motion forward and have that motion directed in a way that serves the people you're serving. I just spent the last couple of hours today watching part 2 of Ben Franklin on public TV. So I was a little late. I had a little bite before this. And I'm looking at them talking about Franklin being a good negotiator and how he negotiated the French to help the American cause. This takes an understanding of the humans you're dealing with. It handles a manipulative side of us that we should have. A positive manipulation is never wrong. It isn't evil. It is trying to get people on center that you're on and trying to move that center forward in a united action. We don't have enough people working for that. We work to get elected for 2 years, and then they go, and then they're back in an immediate election cycle, and they're back in a fundraising cycle. I don't know how these people get anything done with the way the politics is today. Everything's momentary. Well, who can get the flashbang out of the next news cycle, et cetera. I blame to some degree, our news functionaries who are basically haven't changed. As soon as we got Trump out of the way, they kept bringing Trump back to us because that's how they get their news out to us. And we keep stringing along in a place which is not doing us any good as a nation right now. We're talking about substance, form, artwork, drama, all of which are necessary in politics. And our own thing of being cemented into not knowing how I've been in places where I've been out of work, had a family to support. I've had those times in my lifetime. I just kept moving forward. My father taught me something once during a football game. My father, guys getting hit 3 sides as he's moving forward. My father screams out to me, "That's life." And I looked at him like he was nuts. He said, "No, that's life." He says, "You got to keep getting hit from every direction. You got to keep moving forward. That's life. Football is life." That energy that we get watching the sports, that should tell us something about ourselves. We see excellence, we like excellence, and then we become mundane in our views about life because we then only center on ourselves and our next thing that we're going to buy or the next consumer thing that we have. Now, it's easy for me at this age where I've worked long enough and hard enough over the years, and I was so busy working I couldn't spend the money, that I've come to a place where I'm at least comfortable in my old age. I'm going to talk about seniors again because that's my chief cause at this point. I can't see the way that some seniors die alone in a bare room in a paid facility. Cold, damp, dark rooms with a TV set on or maybe a couple chairs in the room. People who've worked their entire lives. And when they go out, it's not that we should give them a welcome wagon to the next side, but we should at least give them a little peace and quiet, a little warmth,
Dignity.
love. Bad word to use in politics.
Mm.
So
Unfortunately,
if we're
yeah.
going to deal with the human condition, then we've got to understand the human condition. I, as a personnel director, my uncle was a business agent for the union, and I'm I negotiated contracts, for several companies at one time, and when I was doing in the food business, and my uncle was a business agent. He used to come to me at family events. How many people did you fire this week? Because it was a needle to me, I'm on the other side of the line. And I explained to him, I didn't have to fire anybody. I came up through the ranks. I started as a truck driver and a beef lugger. I was picked out by the boss because I saw things happening in the plant and could say to him, "Oh, you got to add 3 more trucks. Get some trucks in here. The plant's jamming up." And I was paying attention to what I was doing because I had a boss every time he came out. I'm at one end of the platform. He said, why didn't you see what's going on at the other end of the platform? I thought he was nuts originally, but he got me to the point I knew what was going on both ends of the platform. He expected it. I had to do it. And then he brought me in. And he says to me, I'm going to use you in the office and I'm going to teach you the business. And you now have to work for me fully. And I did. And I fought with him too about how we're treating labor at times because I was out there. I know what it felt like to do the work. And when I ran out to run for Congress as an independent, I launched my employees over a weekend. I got 3,500 signatures to form a political party in 1970, 71, I think I formed it. And I called it Independence Against Apathy because I had seen the apathy since the time I had started in the 60s. And I saw that coming. I was very ahead of it, let's say, because the apathy still exists. And that apathy says, I don't care about you, I only care about me. And I knew that when we worked on an unloading gang and we sawed the meat, brought the meat in, none of us could work alone. We had to work it together. It was like when you learn to work in a work crew, you learn to work with people of different religions and backgrounds. And your common goal is to make a living for your family. And to make sure the other, we wake each other up in the morning. I had started the shift at like 11 o'clock at night. I'd bring the crew in at 2 in the morning, work until noon every day, unloading beef. And I had to call people at home, get up, come on. I had certain people that I knew just would come in late unless I called them. If you don't develop that kind of caring for each other, usually in the work settings in the old days, you had that kind of camaraderie around. People looked out for each other.
Where did that apathy begin, do you think? Do you think I've postulated on this program quite a number of times and will continue to do so because I guess I have a tiny sprinkle of arrogance and I think I'm right, but maybe I'm not. It seems to me that the triple assassinations of the 60s started to develop that apathy. And that's when that's perhaps not in legislation, but that's kind of when the spirit of the New Deal ended. The spirit that we as Americans can overcome anything. We can get out of this depression. We can win a world war. We can stop fascism. We can take a car plant and manufacture 1,000 planes a day, and that we can rebuild an entire continent. We were, if not several, to be honest, because we rebuilt Asia as well. But it seems to me that the triple assassinations of the 60s of both Kennedys and Dr. King really sort of shattered that Camelot image, if you will, that shining city on a hill, if you will, and that we haven't really been the same since then. And perhaps the shattering of that feeling, of that sense, of that spirit is what led us, if it didn't lead us, at least set us up to be taken by a Reagan and Reaganism.
Let's start.
That's a lot to break down. My apologies.
I think we got to start with the premise. Basically, everything is about perspective. You and I can see an accident. And I say in court that I saw a man walking a dog, and then I saw the other guy get hit by the car. And the car came from the left. And the other person gets up and he says, I saw the car come from the right, but I didn't see any dog in that person. And then a lawyer will sit there and establish, well, which side of the street were you on when you saw the accident? Because the two perspectives would both be truthful, but we'd be sitting on both different sides of the street. That's just a story about perspective. It depends where you sit in the first place, how you're viewing life. If life's been very easy and your parents have been very wealthy and you listen to your parents properly and you go to the right schools, bing, 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 you're in for life. And if you do hard work and you come up the wrong side of life and the boss does his business as well as he can, and some big chain moves him out of business, and then all of a sudden his company goes bankrupt, you're out on the street, your fellow workers are out on the street, and your perspective about life is totally different. So I like to work on perspectives when we talk about politics and give you what ifs. Because nothing I say is true unless I allow for the fact that I'm seeing a partial truth, which is I have one set of eyes. Actually, I only have one eye that works well. And my vision is limited to what I've experienced. And when I get into dealing with somebody who's having trouble at work, let's say, and a guy comes into me and he's coming in late every day, and I say to the guy, well, do I say to him, I'm the boss, and if you don't come in, you're going to be fired? Well, that's not stopped him from coming in late. So I say to the guy, well, why are you trying to get me to fire you? And the guy goes, what do you mean? I said, well, it's obvious to me if you like the job, you'd be on time every day. It's obvious to me that I don't think you want to tell your wife you don't like the job, you're going to quit it. You got 5 kids to feed, and you're not going to tell your wife I want to quit the job. You're going to try to get me to fire you. So you say the boss has been bad to me, I got fired. And you're out of that job and you move on to something else, but she doesn't blame you for leaving the fact that you had to support your children. So let's say I tell you, well, we got the rules, you got to come in every day. I take a week off, go find a job. I don't want to fire you. I don't want to ruin your reputation. Just tell them you're looking for a job, you want to move, whatever. I'll come back a week later and say, Mr. Kirsch, I can't find a job. Then I say, then straighten out here. How about trying to really buckle down here? Now, for my boss's sake, I have a guy that's trained who's going to leave because he doesn't like the job. And then I give him a fair attempt at trying to keep him in the job by talking about the relationship. He has a union. I'm a personnel director. He can get me fired by his not coming in if I don't do something about it. So he's coming after my job. I'm not going after his. I make that very clear that he's got protections I don't have. I've got to perform. Now I have a person who I've given leverage to, I've given compassion to, I've given empathy to. I know what he feels. I've been there. I've wanted to leave jobs just because they were so burdensome and hard. And so by using empathy rather than just you're bad, I'm good, the dynamic changes. So as I said, my uncle used to say, how many people did you fire? I said, nobody. Didn't have to fire anybody. Now, I think I had one firing and it had to do with another type of problem in the plant. The guy goes to the union, they said, well, we're going to fight for you. He says, well, Mr. Kirsch has been fair to me. I don't know what we can fight on. So the union calls me and tells me, the guy came, we're going to help him, but he says you've been fair to him. I said, well, how about you tell him the following? Because you're calling me, I'm going to give him his job back. There's going to be no appeals, nothing else. He screws up one more time, he's out for real. That's the end of it. But I'm doing a favor to you, not to him. Comes back to work, and from that point on, he straightens out. Now that's a way of leveraging reality. And I think that same way can apply. And the reason I'm telling you the story, and I've not said it this way before, so you're getting some fresh information, is basically how do we look at the world we're in? How do we make it clear to each other just how dangerous a world this is if we keep avoiding what we have to do? I'm sick of hearing liberal, conservative. I'm looking at people digging down 3 stories to get water in Africa. I'm looking at migrations, which is a major problem for both our parties in this country, because what are we going to do? Drop A-bombs on people coming up just to get in here who have no weapons? They're just bringing themselves and their children over borders so they can eat, basically just feed themselves.
Something that the Defense Department has outlined as one of its greatest
It's the greatest horror movie I can imagine.
Yeah. Right up there with Russia and China. The Defense Department has among its most global security priorities and or threats is the mass migration of humans as a result of climate change. And they say that directly in the threat analysis, as a result of climate change, migrating away from the coasts, rising sea levels, farmland that is no longer producing anything, seeking food, fresh water, and work.
Okay, now contrast this to the
To
reality.
build
Yeah.
on what you're saying.
Biden has not been able to save us from increasing prices. Biden has not done this. Biden has not done that. Trump has done this. This one's done that. Meanwhile, I think scary reality. I'm going to say something that's we don't have too many visitors here. This may be worse scary in another way. How about the fact that we're about to blow the entire world to smithereens by not taking care of these situations? These migrations are happening. They're going to continue to happen. Now, issue. We're going to build pipelines. My theory is, why don't we talk about building water lines if we let them build pipelines? The same companies that are putting in gas pipelines, make them put in water lines right next to them. How about mobile desalination plants that you can move to various parts of the country? How about places where you can put natural lakes of salt water in for desalination later? We're going to lose Florida. We're going to rebuild it again, just to lose it in about 20 years. I've been talking about building Pennsylvania as a center for senior citizens because of our tax situations in Pennsylvania. I'm talking about public-private partnerships between builders and the government in areas of Pennsylvania where the kids leave and never come home. And if you want to know why the rural areas are rebelling, they have a great system. They have their religion, they have their Bible, they have their hunting, they have their great lands, but the kids leave and never come home. You're destroying the culture. This is a culture war to them. This isn't just, they hate the people who are in the cities drawing all these resources while their kids have to go to the cities and save the cities. If they get an education, they go to the cities and they leave them alone. And the towns up there that I've been going to for all my life, they got great roads going through the areas, but the houses never change. The housing never changes. And these people are bitter and they're really angry because they're losing their children and their way of life. And that's all we have. That's the basic thing. Let me come home to my dinner tonight. Let me watch my TV tonight. I'll be happy. The average person's very easily satisfied. But if you don't give them the basic of having a home, a church, a place, a society that they live in, of course, as I look at Philadelphia and the violence and what's going on there, and I see the Republicans blaming the district attorney of Philadelphia for being, well, I think he's a little bit too left sometimes, but at the same time, what are you going to do with these people? They have a culture that basically has been destroyed in Philadelphia at this point, and it's been destroyed by gun runners who the Republicans refuse to act on. We have a country that is run by gun runners and weapons makers, and we will not face that fact.
Well, not when the weapons industry is paying off the Republicans and won't do anything about it.
Well, it's the same thing as, who's the criminal here?
You talk about digging down 30 feet for water. You could dig down 30 feet on that too. Where does the crime originate? And isn't it convenient? Again, we talked about in the first hour here about style over substance. It's the style of going on stage, getting histrionic, talking about, Goebbels talked about the daily outrage and that tomorrow's outrage has to be that much worse than today's, and so on, to keep people distracted from what's actually going on, and to campaign on, to try to motivate a base of voters, a wildly disparate, multiple bases of voters that you've cobbled together in this corporation that used to be the Republican Party, and do this kabuki dance about crime when you'll do nothing to crime generally, street crime especially, are acts of desperation. We'll do nothing to curb the desperation, and we'll do nothing to make the guns less available or less easily attainable. But we can cry about the crime because that's what benefits us. The other things don't benefit us. And that's That's where I think it comes into style over substance. We can complain about these problems. We have no solutions for them. But if we actually solved them, then we wouldn't be able to complain about them. And then it becomes almost a strange, very cycle here. 6:05 Eastern time here on the Kennedy Effect. We are live for the 20th of November, 2022. We will not be with you next week. We beg you to please enjoy your long Thanksgiving holiday. Eat and eat and eat some more and see your family and hug them and hold them close, because we have not been able to do so within the last few years. We haven't been able to do that all that much. So I beg you to please do it now. Reconnect, go talk to friends, family, and neighbors. As Brad mentioned, go home, visit home, and come together. Bring us back together. 6:05 Eastern time, wherever you might be on Facebook. That Other Side of Information is our home group Facebook page. We invite you to come over and check us out, not just now, but anytime throughout the week. Of course, I post articles there all week long, as do some other contributors, news articles, environmental articles, animal advocacy articles, and lots of astronomy, because I'm a junior geeky astronomy and a geek, and I love looking up at the sky and telling you where neat things are in the sky. Actually, right now, well, it is dark now, isn't it? If you go outside right now and you are anywhere within the general region of where I am here on the East Coast, you should be able to see the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars. Especially a little bit later, Mars will be directly overhead. It will be the brightest thing in the sky, and it will not blink, and it will have an orangish tint to it. That's how you know that it's Mars. The single brightest object in the sky tonight will be the planet Jupiter, and it will not twinkle. So why do planets not twinkle and stars do? Planets are much closer. The light reflected off of them from the sun is not as affected by the machinations of the atmosphere, whereas further distance, stars twinkle because their light is bent and twisted by the Earth's atmosphere, because the light that gets here is that much weaker. There's your little science geeky fact for this evening. Free of charge, nonetheless. Free of charge, he said. So wherever you are on Facebook, come visit us. That Other Side of Information. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app, one of the originators of global internet radio. And to the thousands, tens of thousands, if not more, of listeners around the world, we thank you for making us a little part of your week and a little part of your day. And if you are anywhere outside of the United States and you're thinking to yourself, what do these stories and things mean to me? Well, I would say watch. I'm a keen observer, by no means an expert, but an observer of politics in the UK. And it is interesting to see how many the issues and again, the style over substance and the machinations and so on, the waves in the water, if you will, of what's happening here in the United States is playing itself out in the UK, in Australia, to a much lesser extent in New Zealand, but on different places around the globe. We are one of the great lies, folks, that has ever been told to us in the last 50 years, I would say, more along the lines of 42, but in the last 50 years, one of the greatest lies has ever been told to us is that we are originated with Mrs. Thatcher, and Mr. Reagan just seemed to latch onto it and try to seem to build an entire philosophy around it, or what was built for him. What's still up for debate is that we are a group of rugged individuals. We are nothing of the sort. We are individuals. We have our own feelings and opinions on things, and we like different foods, and we dress differently, and we are different shapes, sizes, and skin tones. Some of us rent, some of us own, some of us like to travel by car, some of us prefer air. We are vegetarian, vegan, and meat eaters. We are city dwellers and rural farmers. But we have been told that we are only so good as our individualism. That is one of the greatest lies ever foisted on the global community, not just the American people. We are a community. If my house is on fire, my neighbor damn well better worry about it, because his goes next. We are a community. We can be both, by the way. We can be individuals and a community and a society. A civil society. We can restore that civility. So to wherever you are around the world, if you're thinking to yourself, wow, does this affect me? I think it does, humbly, not just because it's my show and because I want you to stay here and continue to listen, he said, wink, 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 but because I do think it affects you, and what affects you affects us. And we want to hear about it. So wherever you are around the world, thank you for being there. Again, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, the TuneIn Radio app, any device that can connect to the internet, you can listen to us on desktops. He tried to say, always awesome when the radio guy can't pronounce his words. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, smart speakers, and of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net and TCP, the cultured professional from Lancaster, PA. Our guest is Brad Kirsch. I have never said so little during a show, and that's probably why more of you will listen, because you think I'm going to continue to shut up. And this is awesome when Jeff shuts up and other people talk. So, hey, we'll tune in, we'll listen for a long time. I hope that you do. I invite you to do so. And again, to our Facebook family, please feel free to share this program anywhere that you think it is appropriate, and especially where you think it's not. Any group, individual, page, et cetera, and to all the wonderful groups and pages that allow us to be a little part, a little corner of your Facebook universe. Thank you as well. We could not be here if you are not there. We continue with Brad into our second hour. We will be here probably up till 9. I don't know that Brad will be here till 9, but we will try to take you straight up. Remember, Sergeant Mac Thomas Bishop follows us immediately on our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, and on Hot 101. He comes up at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Brad, we talked a little bit in our talk
I'd
about.
like to continue with one little thing.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Second World War ends. Now, I'm going to share this with you. I lived as a child in the Second World War, even though I was in the United States. I was born in September of 1938, the same month that Hitler invaded Poland. I was raised in a house with little furniture. My father remarried sometime a couple of years after I was born. We had very little. He lost the business because he was tending me and trying to raise me at the same time without putting me into an orphanage. My stepmother entered the scene, and she was pretty involved. She became an air raid warden. And we had air raid warnings and so forth, and I was put under a table. She put her helmet on at night. Well, my father had 2 jobs. He worked, and he had his own store at the time, and he also worked at the quartermaster corps in Philadelphia. And I was put under a table and told she's going out to make sure everybody has their lights out with her flashlight and her helmet. And she was an air raid warden, and I'm sitting there shivering under a table waiting for the bombs to drop. Oh, they never dropped on America, but we didn't know that wasn't going to happen. We had, ships being off of Atlantic City. If you went to Atlantic City in the 40s, and I was in Atlantic City, that's where they took their vacations. Occasionally there'd be a fire off in the ocean, because you could see ships getting torpedoed. Now, so I didn't live in Germany, I didn't live in Europe, but I had that constant edge and fear of war and what was happening. Lost a couple of relatives, got to us. One guy was in the Air Force, got shot down over Germany in about 43. So I lived through the war. Now, factually, what happened after the war that we made such a big deal of, things like the Marshall Plan, et cetera, we have to take that in context to reality now. I'm going to give you another reality that nobody talks about. These guys who were out to kill everybody and had only had 10 days off the line, they didn't bring them back to America like they do today for a few months, and they get them back into the field, which I think is the cruelest thing in the world. Is to bring people back, make them normal, and then they send them back into battle again. If that doesn't give somebody shock syndromes, I don't know what does. But they just pulled them back off the line for 10 days and then put them back in the line. These people were coming back, and they couldn't pull the same maneuvers they pulled on the workers. They had to have jobs for these guys. They had been killing for us, you see, and they came back and they knew how to kill. And that everything they did at that point in time was the same industrialists that saved this nation were the same industrialists that got us into the war. Roosevelt launched those same people and made it very profitable for them to make the United States win. This was no great, just democratic effort. It had to do with very practical things. Finally, the Nazis were exposed for what they were. They weren't just somebody that's going to be pro-business. Nobody understands that Trump is Nazism. When you have the marriage of government and any set of businesses, you have Nazism. You have fascism. That is what fascism is. So we now take that thing, people coming back from the Second World War, no jobs. they've had to kill or be killed. You have a basically very violent population coming back. Somebody had the wisdom to start, well, how are we going to rebuild the world? What happened as at the second end of the Second World War, my little historical view, is that we had a situation where the national colonial nations had a war with each other over individually owned colonies. After the Second World War, with all the destruction of all the countries that were destroyed, all the manufacturing facilities, etc., they decided this ain't going to work anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a system whereby, by the wealth we have the market penetration, we make deals with each other, and you get the G20, the G7, the G, whatever the numbers are, and you have these compacts of corporate and financial interests that become a system of colonialization that's now run by the banking system, where they penetrate a country by who they're going to give the loans to. And by, if you want a loan, we want this guy running your country for you, and so forth and so on. So we have a new system of bondage that takes place, and that is known as the Marshall Plan was a market penetration scheme. Let's get off the game that we were so good to everybody else. It made sense to do that at the time. It still made sense to control the raw materials from countries where they couldn't use the raw materials. So we work them over a little bit. We cheat a little bit. We get a little bit of edge. Capitalism takes over. But there's no better system than capitalism, and we still don't have a better one. It's still not a great system, but we got to understand how we're using it, why, and how we can change that. So now we have, many years later, we now have a bunch of oligarchs come along. Well, why do we have to have the banking system at all? Make seven men around the world can make a deal with each other. And that's what we have going on today, just as a general fantasy world that I'll create as a counter fantasy to the world we think we've been living in. How about that for a juxtaposition, just to open our minds a little bit about what's really going on.
So does that mean that nothing was accomplished by any of that?
No, it's
Restoring-
it's a progression of reality that is taking place, and we're still like babes lost in the woods because we get lost in our own narrative. Or lost in a cloud of narratives. Nothing intentional, you see. Some of the problem, I had a friend of mine, an acquaintance I saw go to jail, who was conning people, and he said at a party one time, he says, and he says it out loud because he's so arrogant about it. He says, well, as long as I don't believe my own con, they're never going to catch me.
Mm.
Well, the second he said that, he was believing his own con. And they caught him. But some people around him said, oh, I don't want to be near this guy. And they talked about him and let people know what's going on. So the fact is that do the con men know they're conning us? But you can't con others without conning yourself. You see, there's a sort of let's say the person who is trying to be aggressive to someone else, when they wind that whip up to whip you, they're hitting themselves in the back first, and then they're hitting you with it. So there's no way to be usury toward other human beings without being usury toward the wrong human beings who are going to be usury toward you. So Trump is being severed from the party because he's no longer a fresh face to conduct the game that's going on with that right wing of ours. And you got McCarthy. The whole thing is, let's frame this away from the false narratives here.
I asked my roundtable this question last week. It was one of the last things that we talked about before the program ended, and I fear that we didn't get to suss this out completely, unfortunately. So I'm gonna throw it at you, and that is, what's the difference if it wasn't Trump and his histrionics, and we talk about this, these so-called quote unquote regular Republicans or the quote unquote moderate Republicans? Do they even exist anymore? What is the difference if it's not Trump dancing, playing a show tune and being the circus, the circus leader? The policies are still the same. It seems to me that the only overriding policy left in the corporation formerly known as the Republican Party is how much money can we steer to the richest in this society? They are the employees. The donor class, the billionaire class are the owners. They are the stockholders. So if it's a quote unquote regular Republican like a Asa Hutchinson, former governor of Arkansas now, or Trump or DeSantis or Tom Cotton, what Tom Hartman refers to as the more capable fascists, Tom Cotton, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Rubio, Rick Scott, Kristi Noem, the policy's no damn different. So what are we actually gaining here? It's probably nice not to have the instability and the constant threat to democracy that a Trump brings. But Hawley's no different. He just might be a more calm, polished face of the same damn thing, that 3 people in this country have as much wealth as the bottom 2/3, that wealth disparity in this country is worse than it was for the Republican Great Depression of the late 20s and 30s, that we had 660 billionaires going into a pandemic where the entire economy was shut down and came out with 100 more than we started with. 2,500 billionaires worldwide. We're now somewhere around 4,000. The policies are no different. What the hell does it matter what the face of it is? The policies are no different.
You speak to the face. The people who are the politicians aren't running anything. They're the face of it. Now, let's take a juxtaposition here. I mean, J-U-S-T, juxtaposition. That perhaps the people who are refusing to help the people in Africa really believe that that is not possible, that it's a useless endeavor, that we're just going to waste the rest of the world trying to help a world we can't really save. Now, aren't they going to find the best spokesman for their position from perhaps a really altruistic move that they believe is altruistic? Let's take the possibility that they think they're righteous. Why waste our time trying? Trying may ruin the world as much as trying to save the world would ruin the world.
That it's not worth the effort.
No, it's not possible. Let's say they really believe it from looking at their numbers, their science, their numbers, their running of businesses around the world, the education levels of the various groups around the world. They just believe that if you're in an area which is basically nothing there to do, they can't bring you here, they're just going to have to let the people die. That's it. It's just going to be that way. And that to them has no less or more reality than the reality of us trying to save them. Let's say you have 2 stubborn positions that refuse to do anything outside of their comfort belief systems, which are not based on anything scientific, by the way. They're just belief systems. And it has to do with how much wealth I have. It tilts what kind of thinking I have in the first place. I've been fortunate. I was too dumb to be a good student as a young man. I just studied the world on my own, and I've come to its conclusion. Both sides seem to be a little strange to me. I think I shared with you the other evening, a great psychiatrist way back named R.D. Laing used to say about the world of psychiatry. One side calls the other half of the world crazy. Conversely, that other half calls that half crazy. That leaves us with one dilemma. Which half is allowed to dispense the pills or the solutions?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that we are at that kind of a situation. Collision. Now, thinking the other day, I had been to, many years ago, I went to a guru, a real one from Sri Lanka. And in my travels of my hippie days. And I've been in a lot of places in a lot of worlds. I have to share with you.
You'll forgive me if I'm having a hard time picturing you as a hippie.
Well, I had a beard then. And well, actually, I've been a lot of things. A friend of mine called me a carnival roustabout. I can go off in 360 degrees, but I can still come back to my center.
Right.
So I'm like the guy putting the center post in and testing where the lines are going out.
I feel like we're agreeing, but maybe saying it in different ways. That
It has to be
you
said.
said that I'm talking about the face of it, and I guess I sort of am talking about the face of it, but I'm talking about it as, you know, we might have a more convincing face. We might have a more
I actually have a
agreeable
solution. I
face
have
to
some
all of it.
solutions to this. You see,
But the policies behind it, isn't that what's really the problem?
we got to see the game we're playing. The other day, I'm talking to my son on the phone. I was relating a situation with a group. He gave us a talk about the monkey that reaches into the bottle and puts the fist in and can't get the bean out of the bottle. There's a bean in the bottle. The monkey goes to get the bean, makes the fist, and can't get it out through the neck of the bottle. And finally, it dawns on me, is there another way? And there is another way. If the monkey has the sense to just turn its arm this way and let the gravity have and take the bean out with the hand this way rather than this way, the monkey can get it out of the bottle. We are the monkeys trying to get reality out of that bottle. We have to learn how to use the science to get it out of the bottle. And we are delaying the science with the chastising of each other's approach to the bottle rather than looking at the actual solution of the bean in the bottle. Now, the bean in the bottle is to how do we actually launch the resources of this earth in a way that allows everybody to come out. We can't keep arguing about whether it will work or not, because if it doesn't work or it does work is no longer the question. Neither side's going to get parity in this to the point where we don't wind up destroying humanity because we won't bend to the point of agreeing that there must be another way to deal with this. Putin is in a mad rush right now, and we don't understand Putin. He tells us we don't understand him. We don't hear him. He says to Biden, just because we look alike, that doesn't mean we think alike, which sets one off to thinking, what's the war in the Ukraine about? And then Putin's using oil and we're trying to deny oil. But what does Ukraine really have? Ukraine has grain, and they sell that grain to North Africa and all the other places that produce oil. So if Putin's choking off the grain that's sold by the Ukraine and he wants to control the grain, that means sort of that Putin's maybe trying to control all the oil in the world by the Ukraine war. And we're not dealing with that in any way that actually centers on the real resource he's trying to deal with here. This is a war for his survival because he believes that he can't survive on just oil. He wants more control. That's his way. That's the way, because Russia is not Eastern or Western. It's sort of both. And he thinks in dualities where we think straightforward thinking. You have to look at whether we can get real negotiations going on real issues that allow both sides to come out winners. And that's been the problem with mankind all the way through. Now we're at a tipping point. And I'm not joking about the reason I decided to come on is I now I've done what I can politically for this era and time. I was busy working politics in my own way because of my own commitments. Now I'm very willing to speak and listen and discuss on a level of let's throw the garbage out. Let's throw the bad clothing out. Let's stop dressing up the issue here that this is about whether the earth itself can survive with human beings being the way they are. We have not advanced. This is Rome. The only difference than Rome and the old Rome is we have cars, they had chariots. Now, if we continue in this course, I believe we're on a course of self-destruction. And I'm old enough, it doesn't matter to me. I only got a couple of years left anyway, so I can tell the truth. I'm not courageous. I've just reached that stage in life where I can see it from another perspective. And that perspective says to me, ecology is the most important thing we have to deal with. And I've not been able to speak about that to people because they're too busy speaking about other things.
Well, let me ask you, at the risk of asking the same question in yet a different form, or hopefully not missing the point here. And I think that I mentioned this to you when we had the opportunity to speak late last week. I have mentioned on this program many times if you're on the air enough, you're going to repeat yourself, and I do it probably to a fault. But it would seem to me, and I do believe that the 99% has to really come to the understanding, to the acceptance of what I believe to be a fact, that this exceptionally top tier, economic top tier of people, I don't know that they're top people, but they're top economic people, the global top 1/10, if not even 1/100th of percent, that 4,000 or so billionaires that we have on this planet. And folks, the United States didn't even get its first billionaire until the 60s. And to what Brad was mentioning about population, where we either just did or will within the next few days. I continue to forget my date on that. The Earth will have its 8 billionth person. It took until the turn of I think it took until the late 1800s for the Earth to get its first billion people. So in about 130-ish years, we have gone from 1 billion to 8 billion people. The planet simply cannot sustain it. Certainly not the way that we are going. That said, Brad, my question. It would seem to me that this top 1/10 of 1%, if not 1/100th, has decided that, perhaps directly to your point, that people are only really good now for 2 things. And this is a global phenomena for me, although the US seems to be leading it quite well. That people are, the rest of us, the ones who are not the billionaires, we're only here for 2 things: either to generate wealth or to have our wealth extracted from us. And that if we ever get to a point where we cannot do either of those 2 things, we are disposable. We are waste. We are refuge.
We're a commodity.
Is
We're
that
a commodity.
nuts? What does that say?
We are a commodity.
Exactly. I feel the same way. If we are not employed and generating wealth for this exceptionally tiny group of people, and or we might be fortunate enough to be a small or mid-sized business owner, and that we're buying services from these people and they can extract the wealth from us. If we can't do either of those 2 things, we're just speed bumps. We're just garbage.
Not that we are, but that we allow ourselves to be, because we don't know there's a choice. I've been spending a lot of time in a certain kind of speech pattern and coming in from several different directions and keep altering the discussion a little bit, only to open perceptions. My whole way of speaking is an attempt to open perceptions in other people. I can't speak directly to the point, because that point's set aside. Well, I need my new car, or I need this, or I need that. And everyone that says I need this before they're dealing with the fact that we are now at a point in time when we are aware that this earth is in a destructive mode, and we ignore that, that's mass delusion. The avoidance of reality on both sides of the line. This isn't just one side. This is humanity finding an inability to step beyond the monkey mind of closing that fist and not being able to draw it out. Now, I know I sound long-winded, but I have to sort of do a little song and dance to get through the preconceived notions of the audience that I'm dealing with all the time. My charm is not knowing where I'm at. It's how to get at them where they're at and open the minds a little bit. Shakespeare has spoken of human greed. The Bible has spoken of human greed. Poe has spoken of human greed. The monkey mind, they want to call it the alligator brain. I don't know. The monkeys are very evident we're monkeys. I mean, we eat bananas and all the other things the monkeys do. Well, we don't want to see ourselves as being both profane and godly. Well, isn't that the real choice we have? We have to either look at whether we are servants to fix the earth, a thing that my friend Josh Shapiro actually is pushing right now. You're going to, we either fix what we have or we lose what we have. We can't create any more than what we were given when we surfaced as a species on this earth. We have awareness, which I don't believe that there's any other knowing thing, perhaps the trees, that know eventually they're going to die. The human being knows that eventually they're going to die. So therefore, the other day I put a post on Facebook that we will solve the problems in the Middle East with the war when the people over there decide to worry about their children and grandchildren and stop dealing with what we did evil to each other yesterday. Which said, from a Buddhist concept, we stop, we pause where we're at, and we look at how we move forward. There's nothing we can do about backward but learn from it, but we have to move forward from the point in time we are at once we realize what that point in time is telling us. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is we are at a tipping point. I have to come on today. I may not be here tomorrow. I'm free to say what I have to say. Let them call me an old nut job. That's fine. But I don't have a lot of time left. And therefore, I'm very brave because nobody's going to give me 20 years to shut me up. You know, Brad, I can give you another 20 years. Just shut up. Don't tell them what's going on. I'm trying to say to you, I've seen the world as it exists. I'm being very realistic about it. We cannot continue on this course without a total self-destruction. And I think when I say that, you know it. And I say that the other people don't want to deal with it. And each has formed their own fantasy world about, well, it's communism. Communism works in its time. Capitalism works in its time. Now it's time to take all the good things from both and say, well, how do we move forward, melding these two systems together? How do we got a nut job that takes over Twitter? I mean, the guy's brilliant until he's not brilliant. The human fact, you can be so brilliant until you destroy yourself with your brilliance. I think he's reached a tipping point. So basically that whole situation with our controlled media, all they're looking for is sensationalism. Do they really broadcast people like us or really say, well, hey, folks, really is a tipping point. Really is a tipping point.
Well, let me ask you about that then. If let me chase that point a little bit, if I'm smart enough to do it. And that will be a test yet. We'll see if I am. Have you ever seen, or does your knowledge of history ever inform you of a point quite like where we are now? As a nation, the United States, as a continent, North America, and I'll inform that a little further in the discussion. Brad knows I'm going to tell my Canada story again. And where we are as a planet, we've seen properly, formally, proud to say it out loud, fascist governments in Italy now elected. All the fascists were elected, folks. These were not, they didn't storm the castle gates, they were elected.
So was Hitler.
You have Mr. Orban in Hungary. You have a right-leaning government in Romania. You actually have a very right-leaning, fascist-leaning government in Poland, who was beginning to distance itself from NATO in the West until the Ukrainian war started. Then they kind of found a center again. Mr. Putin goes without explanation that you have a corporatist, right-leaning, all in for the top 1% government in the United Kingdom. Have you seen, you have an entire continent basically that's been written off in Africa, other than when the Chinese need raw materials, then they build them a road or they dig a well or something like that, provide some solar panels to a village or something, as they strip everything out from underneath them. Have we ever seen, or have you seen, again, either in your lifetime or what history informs you, have we ever been at a point quite like this?
We've been warned about this point for centuries.
But have we ever
Now
been?
we're here. No, I'm being very real. Nostradamus,
Yeah.
these visions
Yep.
have informed us of this. This has been anybody who's predictive. I'm only born to a time where it's actually possible that we're going to take ourselves out. Because the timing here and the configuration with the actual numbers are now at a tipping point. I don't know of a scientist that will say or challenge me. I'm not a scientist. I'm more of a historian philosopher type, even though I'm a truck driver and a tree flugger. I see.
There are
what's
some
going on.
environmental scientists who will say it's already too late. All we
They
can do
may
is
be correct.
mitigate. All
I'd
we can do
rather,
is
from a
mitigate the
spiritual point of view, go out fighting for life.
Right. Right. That's exactly what we're going to lose billions of people. It's just how many are going to remain.
It began in the spirit that we're to have to move on. Because eventually, if we're to be the life force within the universe, which I think we may be, we're going to have to leave this planet eventually. We have the science development. I have actually been at a point in time, and I've not, if anybody's ever been in the mountains in the West at nightfall and seen the number of stars, which we can't even see. I used to be able to see them in Philadelphia at one time.
Yeah.
And see the universe as it exists and has any comprehension of the little thing that I am compared to all of that. And that moment of understanding where you just lose ego and you just contemplate things that you cannot even, I can't even, I've had the experience of sitting on a mountaintop and losing it. And I can't explain everything I saw during the 5-hour period I had that, because little things keep coming up from what I saw then that lets me know that we are here for a purpose and that purpose has to be realized in our internal and then work to the external. We are the only people, the only animal that I know of that actually knows we're going to leave. And that sets a different dynamic in what we're able to do if we actually live to our real spirit and center. The problem is we're all off center. The media has us this way. This guy's selling us this, and we're going to get this, and this is what life is important about. And this, we're all going for different goals, and there's one central goal about this. It's the future of our species and our own children that we're ignoring. And if we cannot develop the consciousness of that, I mean, you see, I would like to use the word conscience, but let's say consciousness of the fact that we are the only species able of promoting life on this earth and controlling the ability of the tigers to survive and controlling this and that to a degree. If we lose the stupid selfishness of a monkey that can't pull its hand out of its own greed. I'm using that as a way of expressing it. I don't even know how to do it better. I feel there's no words that can explain the spirit that I feel here. I'm well liked and I'm respected by a lot of people. And I really realized it because a lot of people in the last year or so told me, well, people really respect you. That's why they come to you and talk to you. And I'm a shy guy. Look, I was shunned by society until my mid-20s because I was very dumb. Until all of a sudden I realized I was very smart, not learning the way they wanted me to learn. So I'm an oddball. And you're listening to a really odd guy here. The point is, I'm not ashamed of being odd because I don't see anybody that's any smarter than me about saving the world. I think that we're here on a mission. I think we lose that mission. I think all the religions of the world are very similar. I've studied many of them. I'm an Eastern Westerner. I'm a Zen Buddhist, and I'm a Jewish guy. I have Catholicism in my family. I got Monsignors, their relatives. I got everything in my own family life. People from all over the world in my family. I've really sort of everything in my real life. I've had, I've met an awful lot of real people. I've known heavyweight champions. I taught one judo and he taught me boxing when I was a young man. I was in the martial arts till my mid-60s because that's the only way I could learn motor control when I was younger. So I've been in a lot of worlds here, both philosophical and so forth. Um, I should have a degree as a doctor of philosophy. Which philosophy? You know, they're all one. They're all aiming at the same thing. But the simple center is I'm a father. I have children. I have great grandchildren now. Does what I do now serve my great grandchildren to the best degree I can serve it? Well, I would say to you that I believe I'm trying to do that. And I think that if we all tried to just do this for our own kids, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, we'd at least be on a dynamic that would allow us a little safety from each other's greed and avarice. And here I'm giving almost into a religious pitch. Who
So
am I?
if
Religious kind of thing.
so if the question is not too narrow, does this just completed American election cycle give you hope? Does it assuage any of those fears or concerns, or is it just maybe even at best we haven't got maybe the or I'm having trouble formulating my own question, or can we take from it that the we didn't make it worse?
The strength of our own conviction about where we have to go has to make it work. We have an opportunity to deal with sanity again. I see things that are really very political. I think that I've had objection to, let's say I have objection to a Republican congressman in a particular area. And you now see that him and a few other congressmen can bend the Republican Party if they hold their own, they'll go to their own center and get to the belief I'm preaching right now. It's time to solve these problems and have them stand up and take a chance rather than go along to get along. Do we have some Republicans there that can be reached that way to take their so-called 7-person majority and make it a minority again until they choose to come over to their own side and give them strength again? That would take that kind of wisdom on the Republic. I have friends of mine that are Republican. I have some friends of mine that nobody else has as friends who came over to work to back Democrats in this election. They left quietly, but they came back in a way to try to get the election to work for Democrats in Pennsylvania. There are Republicans that are doing this in some small places. You've got the strongest of Republicans. I really disliked her father. The former vice president, I can't think what names the ladies is going, so I'm sharing that with you.
Mr. Pence?
Pardon me? No, the lady that's on the impeachment the panel.
Oh, Mr. Cheney.
Yeah, so Dick Cheney was
Dick
a real
Cheney.
weirdo. But she's got a spine that's of iron as far as I'm concerned. She's centered. She understands what the Republican theory is, the real Republican theory. I used to look at the Republicans as being the leftovers from the British that didn't want to leave the England in the first place. So they planted the seed of these other people in there. They got all these little potholes in the Constitution where you get sidetracked here with gerrymandering, you get sidetracked over there. They are definitely always in a position to block something with some weird, obscure part of the Constitution that we overlooked because we're too busy looking just to the stars instead of seeing the practical thing of having to work through parliamentary procedures. And so we ignore the procedure, we go for the dream without any procedures. There are faults on both sides of this line. We are too dreamy at times to say we just can do it. No, we need procedures and we need order and we need to follow protocols. And that is really necessary. Democrats have a thing, well, oh, we're just corrupt, so we've got to end all the corruption. Human corruption exists because we haven't found a way to discard it. We have to find a way to discard human corruption and give more people more so that we don't have as much corruption. The average person that goes through life, he just wants to live, watch their TV once a week. We're going to watch the ball game. We're dealing with having to incite the higher minds in our society toward acting in a higher way. The average person is not going to pull us out of this. At best, you can get the average person to get some sense, I should go here instead of there. That is a way a democracy can work. To expect everybody to understand what we're talking about right now, I don't know what our audience is or anything else, but to expect anybody to understand what we're talking about now on that level, at the level we're talking, I don't believe most people, some are going to think I'm a nut job. That's fine. The point is that I'm saying to you that you need a language to almost talk to any one of the groups we're talking to. What religion are you coming from? Can I talk through your religious barriers? Can I talk through your ethnic barriers? Can I make sense to somebody who is over here and bring it more toward the center? Can we get enough of those people toward the center to defeat the I'm right, you're right kind of thinking? And how about we both work together again? How about some self-respect and respect for others? Simple things that we seem to ignore. I'm sorry to go off on a rant, but I did. The fact is that we just are failing to meet each other as human beings and friends. And that is the missing unity we need. The polemics of what type of government we have. Who gives a damn what kind we have as long as it feeds more people than most of the people? A story for you. Back in the 1920s to 30s, my father had a corner of 10th and Chestnut selling newspapers. And then they would try to take over his corner, but he had 6 brothers, and they were big, and they could hold the corner. And then the Jews were fighting the Italians, were fighting the Irish, and then at the time it was the mainline people were just watching this, and as long as we were all fighting each other as ethnic groups, well, that's okay. They'll never notice we're sitting here with all the money. Mm-hmm. The old, just a broad vision of how it
we talk about that every week. It's the shiny object. It's a distraction. It's the us versus them. It's the segmenting of the population.
So somebody came along and says, hey, man, we got to divvy this up. Everybody's got to eat. Now, there's a simple principle for you. How about Brad Kirsch says, as he's leaving this world, the one thing I've learned is we should act as if everybody's really got to eat and make sure that we at least feed them.
So where does the mentality then of the billionaires come? That they just don't care if you eat or not? Or that you're not taking whatever you need, you're sure as hell not getting it from me.
The profanity is, I prevent you from eating because I want to color television. That's where the profanity is. The profanity is, I will do this to you and keep you from reaching the shore and make sure you can't reach the safety of the shore, and I'll push you away because there may not be enough room for everybody on the shore, and I have to leave you swim the ocean till you sink. The profanity is greed and selfishness. And it goes back, and now we come back to a whole philosophy of where in the Bible did it tell us to be how we are, and where does all the religions, all of them that I've studied,
correct,
tell us to be with this. And we are too stupidly selfish to understand the simple message. That's the point I'm trying to raise. So it's scary to me that I had to tell my wife yesterday that I'm going to actually give you the nightmare that I have. And that nightmare is, are we actually going to drop A-bombs on peaceful people just coming to us for food? That to me is the ultimate nightmare to my conscience. Now, can we reach down and say to our own conscience, each one of us, do we want to be in a position to deny the other food that's available? Do we want to be that stupid and that selfish and expect that nature will not punish us for the inaction we're taking?
So then where does the evangelical mind miss the point that having a couple of gentlemen worth $250 billion each, while a record number of people, you mentioned the United States is the wealthiest nation on earth. I suppose there are certain statistics that support that. I can find some that would support China.
Not by the numbers, if you want to know.
It certainly isn't the most. It certainly isn't the most egalitarian. But where are we getting lost in the evangelical mind, especially as they are, like it or not, the political force that they are? That supposedly everything they believe in and espouse is in direct violation to the book that they supposedly espouse it from, and that somehow when two men are each worth 250 billion, and that somehow isn't enough when we lead the world in child poverty, infant mortality, maternal mortality, none of those facts none of them can coexist. So where is this group of people being lost? How is the poor Southern white, and there is a growing number of them, who are reverting back to a pre-Depression era lifestyle of no education, no electricity, no running water, the type of Appalachian shacks that Bobby Kennedy toured after he retired from government. And yet they still have been convinced somehow, and continue to be convinced, that as long as Mr. Musk and Mr. Bezos have all that money, it's somehow going to benefit them. Where's the disconnect?
Our own liberalism. Believing that everybody's equally able to come to that place where we understand our own souls. How about if we have a giant number of people that are not capable of realizing an inner self, of realizing a connection to the universe? And they're being manipulated by people who know that they exist and people who are out for power, etc. And they know how to message them, and they know how to launch them into a diversionary movement. I'm going to say this to you. I don't know why we need evangelicals. I don't know why we need Jews or Catholics or anything else. I think we all have a center on religion that is very simple. And now, I've studied religion. Do I view Jesus as a savior, or I view Jesus as the wisest man in his time? Do I do him any honor by calling him a name, or do I do him honor by following what he told me to do?
Exactly.
Do I follow Moses or do I follow the 10 commandments he brought me? Maybe 15. They say he lost the tablet on the way there. Maybe that's the missing tablet has the rest of the story. That's screwed up.
The missing tablet, I think, was FDR's Economic Bill of Rights.
Okay. But again, we're framing this in a frame that we were given. And I'm not saying my frame is correct. I'm saying I'm giving an alternate frame because we need an alternate way of thinking in order to escape the programming. We're either programmed this, and maybe we make 2 transitions in our lifetime, and I've made 72 transitions. Again, who's doing the therapy, who's controlling the drugs, who's controlling the school systems. I mean, we now have a school system in Bucks County that's dumbing everybody up now. They dumb them up. Don't talk about racial relationships. Don't talk about anything. Oh, the world's pretty, and the world's always been pretty. And if we just follow this course, we don't have to discuss all the crimes committed against people for the last 150 years in the United States. I mean, we've acted like criminals toward each other because we're coming out of the wilderness. The wilderness is ignorance. And I'm only saying, I don't have the words to say it. I have to sort of draw a whole feeling aura around to open up the minds to some degree. And I'm doing what we did in the 60s and 70s again, because it's now old. These people have not experienced the mind opening that took place at that point in time. Why did we fight the Vietnam War? We weren't heroes going to war in the Second World War. We had to fight that war. That wasn't a heroic war. We either fought it or we were going to perish. They attacked Pearl Harbor. They had no mercy. And by the way, they weren't the most vicious in the world at that point in time either. But we were cutting them off from their own oil. Do you not realize we forced Japan to go to war with us or not? I mean, seriously, look at the history of what really went on there rather than our own narratives about it. Nobody's innocent. Nobody's guilty. We are very much still a people that has to understand we're coming out of the wilderness of ignorance. Now we can ignore the cries of children with no water. I'm serious. I looked at that the other day and I cried inside. Am I the only one that sees this stuff and is so turned off by it that I have to come on a radio show? And I've made, I know I had to talk to you sometime. I'm being honest with you. You were very persistent.
Because I wouldn't leave you alone.
And a lot of my friends were going to you and your show. I mean, seriously, we have friends that we haven't discussed. I could name names, but and I'm well known by a lot of people in high places, and I'm pretty trusted. I mean, I have not even talked to them this way, but I know people that are in politics that have conscience, and I have people who don't. And they have to have people to permit them to use their consciences. That's the other part of the equation. Are all capitalists evil? I don't believe so. I believe they've taken advantage of the world they're in as best they can. They've given as best they can. Some of them are very charitable. The system itself, the oligarchical system, is, and now we got a new system called oligarchs. Well, that's even worse than the capitalism we're always complaining about. And are the socialists that pure? No, they would kill the Nazis, and the Nazis would kill the socialists, and this group will kill this group. I'm going to say something about China. I sort of admired them. It's the first time in history that I've seen them feed most of their people. I don't care what the system is, the people are eating. Now, if we just want,
I would postulate, and I've gotten a lot of pushback on this in the past.
Okay.
The Chinese have gone further to perfecting and or curing the ills, regulating, protecting. Regulations are nothing but protections. Capitalism as any society on earth. Now, the Communist Party leadership has gotten fabulously wealthy. We understand that. But they are essentially a capitalist nation at this point. They have a communist government, but they are a capitalist economic nation that is heavily regulated and protected. I can make the argument that they've gone further to perfecting and protecting their people from the ills of capitalism, perhaps more than any society thus far in recorded history. And it's why they have the largest middle class, not just by numbers. There's 1.5 billion people there. It's easy for the Chinese to have the largest numbers of anything. They have 1.5 billion people, but they have the largest middle class. They are the largest industrial power. They are the largest economic power. They have, while they do not have one of the largest militaries, they could in about 5 minutes. Call them up and they'll put 100 million men on the field. I think they've perfected capitalism to a great extent. I can at least make that argument. No one has to agree with me, of course, but I can at least make that argument.
I would look. I've studied Eastern thinking, and it certainly isn't Western thinking.
It is not.
And I studied.
And we could learn a lot from it.
The martial arts taught me ultimately that the best thing is to avoid the fight. Being realistic about it. Then it really, let's say you build self-confidence that you don't have to have the fight at all. Maybe that is also an economic theory. Perhaps we build a self-confidence that we don't have to have the fight at all. That we meld the systems eventually.
The Chinese are making inroads into Africa that even the colonial powers didn't make, and they're not firing a shot. They're doing it by building schools and roads and digging wells
and the little
providing
country
solar
Israel,
panels.
the little country of Israel worked with Africa to a great degree for their raw resources instead of just money.
Yep, sure did. And continue to do so.
Yeah, so you have these various signs and ways of doing things, but we have the prejudice that's got to come from our side, rather than their side, and this, if it didn't come from our side, it's not pure, and this is not right. The problem is that we haven't developed intellectually or even soul-wise, and I'm going to use that word, to a center of being that connects us with the universe. If you've ever had that experience of real meditation, you go here, your hearing increases and your placement increases, and you feel things. I've meditated in a room and all of a sudden felt the breeze in a room that I didn't even know existed when you get into a truly meditative state. If you get to those states of being and understand that there's much beyond our limited level of intelligence, after all, they say the brain is still much to be filled in space there.
Yeah, we only use.
The question is, do we destroy ourselves or do we fill the space? Let's make it simple. if it's not working for us, the same system keeps not working, you modify. You don't just say this is bad and this is good. You look for the good and you increase the good and diminish the bad. You actually make a plan. Well, we've got to reduce this dependence on this thing. If they say there's too much welfare and the welfare is abused, look at that and listen to that too and say, well, okay, we're going to have, if you're going to do welfare, we're going to create, do we need a civilian conservation corps again? Can we put people to work at that? Maybe we do require people to work and to feed. I had a guy in my plant one time, I had a war going on over who's going to control the union, and they were making problems in the plant, and they were and I went into this plant, I helped work with the help there, and I had a guy who was an absolute Maoist. And it was told to me he was a Maoist. So I go to him and I said, look, no work, no food. Mao said that in the Red Book. All of a sudden, I'm talking the Red Book. I realized all of a sudden I hit him with his own line. No work, no food. Stop messing with the employer here. You want to deal with your union and make your fights with your union, that's fine. You don't destroy where you're making the living at. And I had to get that through to the workers, and I was able to, and the thing peacefully settled out after that, because they all of a sudden realized that you can't continue to strike your employer who's making the money that feeds your family because you want to be the head of a union that you don't think is representing you well. And that's a real story, and I'm telling you a real fact. So you have to, that's real life. So I didn't use theory. I just made sense to me to just say, look, this is what you're doing, and it can't continue because you're going to destroy the source of your food. Now, that's the point that people don't get. We have real inflation today. I keep looking at the economists with the inflation. I'm really confused. I don't understand how the adjustment in interest rates is going to deal with the fact that the Mississippi River is half full, so therefore you only half load the barges that are going to hit the bottom. Therefore, you're doubling your freight costs. That's real inflation. It has nothing to do with manipulation or capitalism. It has to do with a real interruption. That's physical, has to do with COVID, has to do with the earth at the moment, with the, whether the rivers are up. These are real things. Now, if we keep dealing with our illusions of one system being better than the other without dealing with modifying what we do have scientifically to deal with, then we're still lost in a cloud. We're theoretical because we will not face the amount of work that we really have to do to save the world. And that is the lazy worker syndrome, that we aren't all discussing each other as being worker bees and not resenting the queen bee. Just get to work at whatever level we can and solve this thing. Now, we don't have that spirit. For some reason, we've lost that connection with each other. They've got us fighting with each other. They've got us dividing each other, which serves the really evil people of the earth. And the really evil propaganda is that propaganda which makes me hate you because you live here and I live here. I've been up in the mountains. I've talked to people in the mountain areas. I was able to talk to them about windstorms that we didn't have 60 years ago and planting seasons and so forth and so on. I never mentioned the word global warming. I mentioned the change in farming, and they heard me and they said, yeah, you're right. Maybe we do need water lines. So the approach is to talk to them about the reality they have, not with fancy words like global warming. Doesn't connect. How about, is it harder to plant? How long does it take to decide whether to plant? You're going to plant corn or you're going to plant protein in the ground? What are you going to plant? Well, when do we go to hydroponics? Are we ready to go to hydroponic farming, etc.? Are we discussing anything real that would make an advancement here? I'm not a scientist. Does hydroponic, will that save us? Can we grow this stuff in factories with water and proper factory utilization? Can we get out of the food problem that way? Can we stop all the shipping all the way across the world to do this and have plants in various areas of the world to do this stuff and utilize the water for all the people? Now, I may be a total nut job. After all, I'm 80. Move me out of the way because I'm too old to think. No, I'm thinking very rationally here. I think I'm thinking rationally. Maybe the ultimate delusional, but I'm sorry I keep going on and on because we old people talk.
7:09 Eastern Time. We have entered our third hour. Our guest is Brad Kirsch, and it has been a lively discussion, and it's been an excellent one because I have shut up for most of it, which is exactly probably the way it should be because I get to be here every week. Wherever you might be on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. The chat has been very quiet. If you do have questions or comments that you would like me to present to Mr. Kirsch, please put them in the comments. We will attempt the phone line a little later. I know Randall hasn't yelled at me yet about the phone line, but we will get there. I promise. We will attempt the phone line a little later in the program. It should work. It worked last week. If you missed any of this program, if you are joining us midstream here, no pun intended, you can always go to our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. And after George works his technical wizardry and converts the video of this program from one format to a different format, it will be on YouTube. Last week he did it, I think, on Tuesday. So within the next couple of days, could be as early as tonight, could be by Wednesday. That's usually how it happens. If you missed any of the first 2 hours of this program, we will be on YouTube. You can find us there. That's always the best place to go to after the live program ends, and find out everything there is to find out about our program or anything that you might have missed, other episodes that you might have missed, guests that you might want to revisit, things that as you're listening, did he really say that? You can go back to the recording and find that out. So to every group and person and page and everybody on Facebook who allows us to be part of your area of the Facebook universe, we thank you. We would not be here without you. We would be the proverbial tree in the forest. We don't want to be that. If you know of anywhere that you can share this program, any groups, any pages, please do that. It is how we continue to grow the program. It kind of stinks a little bit to be so dependent on Facebook, but it is our era. It is the era that we're in. So if you know of a group or a page that you think this program belongs on, please share it there, or give me the group name. I will start to share it there. However it goes, we just want to keep growing the program and bring this little humble thing that we do to as many people as we possibly can. And speaking of as many people as we can, the global audience of well over 100,000 at hot101.net. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you for allowing us to be part of your day. Now, depending where you are around the globe, it's already Monday for you. So happy Monday. So thank you for allowing us to be part of your day. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it's very, very easy. Our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device, a laptop, desktop, tablet, phone. You can use a Bluetooth speaker. You can tell your smart speaker to play hot101.net. You can Bluetooth in the car, earbuds, you name it. However it works, you can work it. I'll go to the Apple App Store for Apple devices, Google Play Store for Android, and tune in Radio App if you should have any other type of device other than an Android or an Apple. And don't forget, I know I just said Alexa, but don't forget Alexa. It works. It's the easiest thing to do. If you have an Alexa, you can tell her to play hot101.net. And TCP, the cultured professional from Lancaster, PA, proud to be part of all of these families. We are a bit of a three-legged stool here. Facebook, hot101.net, and TCP. Lose any of those legs and we fall over. So we are proud to be part of every little bit of these families. And again, as I mentioned, if you missed any of the program, youtube.com/that other side of information. You can also find us on some of the more, I actually shared the first time. The last Facebook update made connections, synergy, if you will, between Facebook and Instagram a lot easier. So my goodness, we are on Instagram, also That Other Side of Information. Do you see a pattern here? We're trying to keep it all the same. And I actually posted something to Instagram. I think that might be the first thing I've ever done. Other than George putting the program there, I think it might be the only thing I've ever put there myself directly, but wow. So if you see snow, although that wouldn't be a stretch, would it, at this time of day? It is freezing here, by the way. Folks, I don't know wherever you might be around the country, I hope you're having better weather than we are here in the Northeast. If you want to talk about changing climate, Orchard Park, New York had 77 inches of snow in one storm. That's quite a bit. No matter how you stack it up, no pun intended, that's quite a bit. It is freezing here. And yet, just not 2 weeks ago, it was 80 degrees here. Speaks to the degradation of the jet stream, but that's probably a different subject for a different day. So we will open a phone line. That other side of information, Hot 101 TCP. Keep an eye out. I'll put the phone number up, and of course, if you missed any of us, youtube.com, that other side of information. It's 7:15. We're in our third hour. 9 p.m. by the way, don't forget, Sergeant Mac Thomas Bishop comes your way. Well, I guess he comes our way as well, here on our group page and on hot101.net. Don't miss it. We will not be with you next week. We beg you to please enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday week, your long Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Share your time with friends and family, reconnect, be safe, and please enjoy your holiday week and weekend coming up. We will return on December 1st after we finish tonight. Brad, what is the very simple question, very narrow question? I'm sure it might even be a yes or no. So where is the state of democracy in the United States?
The stasis.
Is it degrading?
It's where it is. It
The
is
Canadian-
exactly where you see it to be. And I don't have to even say anymore. I know you see where it is. And
Well,
most
no,
of
are
it
you
is
saying
not
that-
satisfying.
Are you then saying that it's up to the individual? If they feel that it's being degraded, then that's really where it is? Or if they feel
Until they do something about it, it is where it is. Isn't that the nature of what we consider to be democracy? The question is democracy an ideal or is it a fact? And I think that it's always an ideal. I don't think it's ever the fact. It's something we work toward. And when the momentum stops, we are not satisfied. Now, we half did the job right now. If you want me to get into actual polemics of who the evil and the good are right now, the polemics are very real. Trump's on his way out, but MAGA is not. They're sick of hearing liberal decisions that don't affect the fact that the kids leave and never come home. Now, I keep hitting that simple theme. If you're used to eating steak and you lose steak, your life has been altered. If you're used to eating porridge and you don't have porridge, you don't even think about steak if porridge is satisfying to you. When you've satisfied yourself that you're maintaining a way of life out in the boondocks that is peaceful for you, where no, you don't need the cops. You know, I asked people there, it takes an hour to get a cop. Maybe that's why you need the guns. No, we can get people here. All we do is we call the fire department, the volunteer firefighters. We need a police. We call the volunteer firefighters. We don't need the police. They'll come. They'll come if we need them, and they're closer. They have their own way of doing things out in the boondock. And I don't disrespect them. I don't have them as being evil or good. I have to look at what's going on in their particular biosphere. Are they fully utilizing it? That's why I suggested that Pennsylvania could be a retirement state. I'm going to give you a pitch here. My idea is that the same kind of places like Ann's Choice and some of these very fancy places, they have to put $300,000 a year up, and then they pay $2,000 a month, and you get the $300,000 back unless you've had to use the extra services. You get sicker, and even if you run out of money there, they have their own funds to keep you going. It's a very nice system for the wealthy. Well, why can't we make things easier for builders to build these things out in the boondocks where ground costs less, cut the red tape and everything, and get a public-private partnership and have some people who are going to public facilities that are that are warehouses of human depravity almost. I guess I will use that word. I think it's depraved to put seniors in these homes like prisons. I think it's depraved when I hear people who've owned senior centers saying, well, you don't know the problems of having a senior center to make a profit, and we can't get the proper help. Well, guess what? The state should be supplying education to get the proper help. That would be a good use of state money in education. Actually teach people to be practical nurses to a degree. They can take care of seniors, staff these places. The investment amount of opportunity, perhaps a high-speed rail to New York so people could retire to Pennsylvania, put their parents into a good institution. They've got the mountains, they've got the scenery, they can go across New York to the upper part of the state and gamble and have other things to do, and their parents are taken care of in good facilities. What's the matter with creating a social system that actually can feed at the needs of the society? We're getting older. We have an older population. Everybody resents the fact that we're old. We have, quote, all the money and we're going to die. But going to take the money in taxes. Don't push us out of the way so quick. They're going to still take it. You're not going to get it anyway. They think the seniors are going to die. They're going to get the money. The state will take the money. They're not going to get the money. So basically speaking, I think that this state has everything, including the number of medical schools we need to actually make Pennsylvania a retirement center, a research center that can actually deal with longevity of life and so forth. We've got some of the greatest medical schools in the world in Pennsylvania. And they will move the facilities to these areas if they have the business to do it. So this, again, this is a dream. It's not going to take place in my lifetime, but I'm working to do this. This is not a pipe dream.
You mentioned public-private partnership a couple different times in our discussion. Why is that necessary? Why has the United States fallen to a point where we have somehow come to believe that we can only accomplish things that are public and private together? It was Roosevelt himself, after he took office, I would have said at the onset of the Republican Great Depression, but they were already 3 years in at that point, or 2.5, that offered private industry a partnership to dig the United States out of the Great Depression. And they said no, because it wasn't profitable enough. So he said, fine, we'll do it ourselves. And borrowed and put people directly, sold bonds, borrowed money, printed money, and put people directly to work. Why have we gotten to a point? I happen to think this all stems from Reagan, to be honest, but that we feel we can't do things like this unless we somehow involve the private sector. Are these not government functions? Why do we need to privatize? Why do we need to hand veterans vouchers to go to private medical facilities? We have a VA. It's underfunded. We have one. So we lean on the private sector. Well, Medicare can't cover everything, so we blow a hole in it to make sure it can't cover everything, and then start directing people to the private sector. The private sector is not the answer for everything. I think we know that. I think we're smart enough to know that. And in fact, the private sector does not do things more efficiently than government, because the profit motive is there. They take money off the top. So my question is not to blow a hole in your proposal, but to ask what you're proposing, it seems to me, is a government function. What the hell do we need the private sector for? Why do they have to have a hand in it to take money out of it?
I stated that we cut the red tape and the nonsense.
But aren't they just going to take money off the top of it, though, Brad, and stick it in their pockets?
No, it has nothing to do with that. What you have to look at is, if I put in senior centers to draw the good help, the parents, the children of the parents to Pennsylvania, that increases the number of educated people that come into Pennsylvania to do other business. You look at the society and the attraction of family to family. You work with the real systems here. The system is, I want to protect my grandparents. I want to protect my parents. The parents want to protect the children. Neither wants to suck off the other's ability to live. Now, government can be an arbiter in that rather than a source. The fact that government gets corrupted or the business can be corrupted is another fact. But until we civilize the society to a point where we see the benefit of a civilized society by doing steps like, it's a great thing to do with seniors because there is a real problem and there's a real way to solve that particular problem. I'm not saying we solve every problem that way, but if I can build and I have the capacity and the land to do that, and I don't want to really scar that land or ruin that land up there, that biosphere up there is very valuable to the people who live there. If I'm retiring out of business in Philadelphia, my background, and I go up there and I'm older and I can go in the woods and I can have conducted tours and I can go hunting if I choose to. They'll teach me how to fish. I'm in a different biosphere at the end of my life. That's all I'm looking for, something different than I had as I'm leaving. A little bit of pleasure, etc. I can go across the line to New York. Right across the line is to gambling. If I have a little extra money, I can go gamble across the line, come back and have my communal dinners at the thing. The point is, we have to have these homes, but the homes we have that are only state funded are not adequate. We can't get the proper help. We can't get the proper people to run them. And as soon as somebody screws up, they fire somebody at the top who has nothing to do. I'm going to tell you that I've seen some very bad things happen in Pennsylvania, where they take out people who are actually doing the job because they had to blame somebody in politics. I think that when you look at people, does private ownership work? I'm going to tell you this. I had to teach the workers why they had to come to work every day. Until we have a school system that can teach them that and is teaching them that, then you need private companies that know that you have to teach your workers that. The schools are failing us too. You have to look at the fact that the society where the schools were the first teachers I had, and this is really funny. I happened to wind up doing a major lawsuit, an antitrust suit with an insurance company from the school board because they told me they wouldn't sell me unless I had a certain percentage of people that were on their program. So I sued them under the Sherman Antitrust Act. And then he slap sued me personally to try to get me to shut up. It's called a slap suit, strategic lawsuit against public participation. I was a victim of that. I wound up in a senator's office who told me he had worked against another insurance company in another state. It took him both his private staff and his public staff, and the government doesn't have the money to fight the insurance companies. It's not big enough. That's how much money was in the insurance company end. I appeared before the Commerce Committee with this thing, and they found out slap suing me. And I told them the line I used in the beginning: when you sue these big guys, they have no sense of humor. They came at me and wanted to kill me. And I was protected. I had known what I was doing with it. So basically, the suit eventually settles. I never settled the suit with them. They had to withdraw it. The court said, well, what are you doing with this thing? And there was nothing for them to do with it anymore. It wasn't the evil of the company. It's that's the way they conducted their business. And I got in the way of their conducting their business. So I know that big companies can be very evil and uncaring, but they did have insurance. Now, another time I needed insurance. I had a gallbladder condition. I was set to go in a hospital. They said to me, well, you can't go. The insurance company is having a fight with the hospital. Nobody's getting in the hospital right now. I had it scheduled for 2 days away. I called my lawyer. I said, what's going on here? They won't let me in. Well, he for a class action suit. He said, well, Brad, you're getting in the hospital. I don't know who else is, but your issue sustained. I got a court order to enter me in a hospital in the middle of a strike, that I shouldn't be a victim in the middle of it. So I'm quite aware of what big business can do, but you can't change the entire system of this country without an upheaval that will be worse than what we already have. We have welfare systems, they exist. How do you improve them? How do you improve the educational system to where you don't need the welfare system? The whole problem is that we have all the tools to do this with, but we're stuck with a bunch of dream, this or that. It isn't this or that, it's both. It's some of this and some of that, and somewhere along the line, we develop a national conscience about people being hurt by this battle we're in. I'm saying put down the swords, pick up the plowshares, meld them into tools, and use them. The biblical thing is very correct. It's time to put down the weapons, melt the weapons, make plowshares. In sense, I'm saying we take the same system that builds these things, we get rid of the private ownership incentive. Why is a private business doing in healthcare and senior care? They can't do it in the present system. They cannot do it properly.
Amen. That's exactly my point, though. I think.
But
Unless
again,
they ask the
the private system is a system that builds it and gets it started. It's not the business that runs it once it's done. Let the builders make their money building, let the thing, and then you get a system of a guidance within that system that's self-sustaining, that can pay the proper money, that actually get doctors coming in to train, and they oversee the healthcare within the system because it serves them and it serves their ability to handle seniors all over the country and make this a center for seniors. If you concentrate the educational system, the welfare system, and everything else, and put the private tool in there at the same time, and you spread that money a little bit better, and you actually work toward the healthcare system for seniors. You're also learning how to take care of people as they age. As the population is going to keep aging. Do you think this is going to stop because I'm 84? I'm the oldest in my family. I'm unusual. I have a cousin of mine wants to take me out. We should go fishing or shooting or whatever he wants to do. Brad, when you retire, we'll do this. I said, I'm never retiring. The fact of the matter is, I'm going to live and work so hard until I leave that I'll hardly notice my leaving. That's a whole other philosophy. Well, how about people living to their end degree and they just leave because they have a fulfilling life all the way through, including their retirement? We have to look at retirement in a different way than we do. Do we retire and all of a sudden spend all our money on ourselves and leave nothing for our children? That doesn't work either. We're not doing that. I don't know a senior that's not trying to preserve money for their grandchildren or who have any degree of money. So the responsibility of society is to be responsible. How about that for simplicity? That means even the corporations. I've seen good corporations that are responsible toward their people. Not all of them are just egocentric. Look, we want to talk about corporations. How about talking about this moron that bought Twitter? That's not a corporation. That's one individiort with a degree of wealth that's obscene, who's now twittering away his money. It's sort of humorous.
I think there's too many people that don't realize, unfortunately.
It's an insanity
again,
people who aren't in touch with their own centers. Let me put it simply.
Mr. Musk is worth roughly $250 billion.
I can't conceive of that.
He spent $44 billion to buy Twitter. And everybody, or at least a hell of a lot of people, at least folks who can conceive of the number of zeros behind that. My God, why would you spend so much money for the folks? He's okay. He's still got $206 billion left. He's perfectly fine. And not to get dragged into this topic, why did he let Mr. Trump back onto Twitter? Because he needs Mr. Trump on Twitter to make money. Remember you can find this on YouTube. It was an actual televised interview with Les Moonves, the head of CBS at the time. I believe he might still be. It was 2016. We were in the middle of the presidential election, and he was asked about the venom, the misinformation, the lies that Trump was putting out during the campaign. And right there on television, Mr. Moonves said, I don't care what he says. He might be terrible for the country, but he's great for CBS. He's making us a lot of money. And at the end of the day, that's what so much of this is about. It's money and power and power and money. And I think to not get overly simplistic to the type of philosophy that Brad is talking about is the truth of the matter. Mr. Musk might be worth, by the time I believe he's 50 now. I think he's in his early 50s, if I'm not mistaken. By the time he's 84, maybe he's worth $500 billion, but he can't take it with him. What good is it then? When St. Peter is not checking out your bank account at the gates. You've got other things to answer for. But at the risk of being repetitive, well, let me do this. There's a couple of comments that I want to share with you, Brad, if I may, please, in the comment section here on Facebook. Randall Sampson, the man, Randall, probably the most loyal guy to this show, Randall. PA is already a retirement state. We have the second highest number of seniors in the country, only second to Florida. That is correct, but I think what you're speaking about is not just the number of seniors, but how they are treated and how the proper proper doesn't quite cover it, but the the humane, the proper treatment of seniors could become an actual source of revenue and growth and for the people of the Commonwealth, not just for the seniors themselves. Am I oversimplifying that based on Randall's comment, or am I missing?
I think what is he saying? Build it and they will come.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
I just came out of my. Is this Randall Simpson?
Randall Sampson.
I think
He's been a member of the. He's been a PCP in Delaware County for 40 years.
Oh, wow. So basically, yes, Pennsylvania is the best retirement state in the country. Pennsylvania actually caused Biden's win last term. The increase in seniors was enough to pull Biden. It was his margin of victory in the last election, in his presidential election. I don't think we did as well in the off-year election as we did in the presidential, but basically seniors and the number of seniors in Pennsylvania are enough to sway an election, and serving them and making more seniors come into Pennsylvania with their money and investments and bringing them in with their pension plans and investments and giving them good housing and a as pleasant a leaving as possible is good business. It's not, I'm not doing anything that doesn't make actual business sense. This isn't an either or thing. It's do what we have a natural ability here. We have lands where people can retire to and live a different life for the last 15, 20 years of their life. I've been retired now for 20 some years. What best about, I've moved to a house where I want to be. We can't all have what I have. But I want at least to leave all the rest of the workers that helped me to get where I got, because I'm a product of the capitalist system. I've run businesses for other people. I've never spent my own money in a business. I've always run businesses for other people. I've done quite well. And I've done quite well for the people that work with me. I always have to worry about how they felt going home for work and feeding their families. And that, when I said to you, when I say to the worker, quit blaming me for your plight. I work as a gentle soul with people because I'm one of them.
Is that the Henry Ford philosophy that I'm only going to make a product that my own workers can afford?
That's correct. But I'm only going to live a life if my own workers can afford to live that life. I'm only going to live in a world that's safe if more people are safe by the way we run the world. My children and my grandchildren have to pick up this gauntlet. And it's a very heavy gauntlet. This is to tell my grandchildren that I fear that some people are thinking about using bombs to stop other people from migrating. And do you think I'm crazy when I say that they have something that's a real thought, that's a real discussion going on?
No, we've found out in the some of the most recent Trump books and the Bob Woodward tapes that Mr. Trump wanted to bomb the migrant caravan. He wanted to kill them. He wanted to send missiles into Mexican territory, which would have been not just a crime against humanity and a war crime, but would have been quite literally a tacit declaration of war against Mexico by using military arms inside their territory.
A question of you. Do you think we have enough aware people to destroy capitalism? Or do you think that it's better to use capitalism in the best way possible to get more people to be aware of how to convert capitalism and socialism to work together?
Well, I would try to answer that question, unfortunately, which is not a good karma necessarily, by asking one. And that is, I do think there are still enough folks of your generation that remember the New Deal. And that
also I'm aware of the basis of the New Deal wasn't a good deal at all in the beginning. They didn't do this out of the goodness of their hearts.
No, they did it to save an economy.
They did it to save their own rear ends. Let's put it really where it is. Now, the people have to get away from this illusionary world that they have, that it's all about Sunday football. We have them like the Romans had them. Give them their blood sport on the weekends in the stadiums, and they walk away happy. They've had their hot dog and their peanuts at the ball game, and now they go back to the drudgery of a life where the person next to them is their enemy, because you don't know who's going to shiv you in the side when you walk out on the streets of Philadelphia, or which kid's going to run around with a gun playing cowboys and Indians. Now we've got to cut to the chase with the violence in this society. And that requires reality, that we've got to civilize our approach to how we run this society. And to just shun capital, you're not going to magically just wave a wand. They will fight us to the death to save capitalism until they see a better way for them to live too. It's a two-sided educational problem. Do you think that the guy's going to give up his sword if he really realizes he doesn't need the sword? Right now, what I'm seeing an example, you got a man threatening a world war right now, Putin and Russia, and we're back to where we were in 1938 right now. So what advancement have we made over the years except technologically better stuff? Now, either we learn to civilize ourselves, and I'm saying this is a very real thing, or we're going to wind up bombing each other out of existence over the room that's already here if we share it properly.
So do
we need the help in the United States because of what has gone on now. We've got inflation due to lack of labor, the people to do the jobs, and we're still fighting the intrusion of the people who are invading us. There's a number of people we can bring in. At one point, people were let into this country because big business wanted them here to bring in cheap labor to break the unions.
They still do.
With a wink and a nod, they were letting them over the borders. Does anybody understand that?
They still do, but they still do. They're running Spanglish. My goodness. Speak. Try again. Take a deep breath. Try to talk, Jeff. They're running Spanish language, which is what I tried to say, and I made a new word. Full-page Spanish language ads all through Mexico and South, encouraging these people to come here for cheap labor. Even Eisenhower had to capitulate at some point that no one was going to, that Americans were not going to pick strawberries in 110-degree heat and things like that. They're encouraging this. This is there used to be a time in this country, you remember it, where we had where the immigration laws affected the employer, not just the employee. If you hired someone who was quote unquote illegal, the employer was prosecuted. But we don't do that anymore because by and large, they're rich white guys. I do think it is still possible. I think the answers to so many of our problems are in, unfortunately, it does remove the existential part and the more philosophical part that you're discussing, but the nuts and bolts, maybe I'm too nuts and bolts. Maybe I am. We know what the hell the answers to our problems are. We know it because we've done it. And you're damn right we've done it. And we did it before. And you're damn right. There's a great part of the New Deal, unfortunately, that saved a small handful of bankers. But it also built the largest middle class in the history of the planet up until China. We were the largest industrialized nation on the planet. We rebuilt 2 continents. We fought fascism even while embracing a tiny bit of it here at home because we didn't listen to President Eisenhower again about the military industrial complex and kept fighting. We built an empire. We try to maintain that empire. One of the biggest things that keeps this country relevant is the number of nuclear weapons that we hold and the size of the army and the technological advancement of the army that we can put on a battlefield. I think you think that too. But we also put a man on the moon. We also built the Peace Corps. We also did the Great Society where we cut poverty in half. I think we can be these things. And I don't want government making my blue jeans. I don't want government making my computers. I'd like them to regulate them so that the dyes in the blue jeans don't eat the skin off my legs. I'd like them to regulate the cars that we drive so that they don't kill us. But I don't want government making them. There is a place for the free market. If two different companies, well, by the way, there should be about 20 or 30 different companies that do it. But if two different companies make blue jeans and one company makes them so much better, then the other company either improves or goes out of business. There's nothing wrong with that. But why have we forgotten? Partly because we don't teach it. We've done these things before. If all of us don't believe in the altruism of the New Deal, altruism, I still think, came from it. We did build a middle class.
What appears to be
did integrate the military. We did these things. We
What
brought
appears to be altruism
electricity
was
and
divine.
water to entire sections of the country that never had it. We can do these things again. We can do these things again. I believe it. I don't know when the hell we became the country of can't. We can do these things again. I believe it in my heart. And maybe it's that blood that runs through me that still thinks we can do these things. But I think we can. And the reason I believe that we don't is because a very, very tiny handful of people don't want to pay taxes, and they have bought an entire political establishment who is willing to help them avoid it.
Now, if that class sees itself being destroyed for real,
How can you be worth billions of dollars and think you're being destroyed? That philosophy, if I can even call it one, I think it's more of a hoarding disorder. The same way some people will fill their entire houses with decades full of newspapers and never throw them out. Hoarding money is a psychopathy. This is not normal behavior. When you're worth $250 billion, or even one of our own billionaires right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Mr. Yass, is worth about $6 billion. How the hell on earth can you think that your world is being destroyed with any sense of intellectual honesty, that they're coming for you? The French aristocrats didn't think they were coming for them either until the guillotine rolled up at the palace.
do you not think that deep in the heart of the most greedy person is the fear that their own greed will sink them? Do you not understand?
No, I actually don't. I think they've been ordained by God. I think they think that I'm smarter than everybody else. I worked harder than everybody else. Mr. Yass is an investment banker. He opens up an Excel spreadsheet, makes formulas, clicks points, cuts, pastes, and makes money somehow by shifting numbers on a computer screen. He's not working harder than anybody else. And then he buys government to make him even richer. He's not smarter than anybody else. Neither am I.
You're dealing with externals. The simple word that you're dealing with has been with us since the beginning of time. The word is greed. There's no need to put more subject matter to the thing than the basic human fault in all of us is me first, you second, in all things. That's greed. And when people are uncivilized, they act in a greedy manner.
But do you honestly think it's always been that way? I don't.
I think from the beginning of time, we've had one monkey stealing a banana from the other.
Athens had a pure democracy. Teddy Roosevelt
Athens turned on itself because certain kind of thinkers were thought of as being destructive.
Teddy Roosevelt broke up the trusts. The New Deal built the largest middle class. It also built greater corporations than we ever had before Roosevelt. But that also
two effects. It had the effect of making democratic principles work, and at the same time, it was the forethought of what's taken over now with the massive corporate thing. We forgot to use the antitrust laws. I mean, a lot of this stuff could be broken up with proper.
We intentionally stopped enforcing them.
I told you, I've had experience with it.
Yeah.
We basically have antitrust laws. If they're not enforced, The problem is, why aren't they enforced? Because people are afraid not to enforce them. I'm not saying there's not corruption. I'm saying there is corruption. All systems exist with corruption. We have to realize that now is the time to look at whether we're going to survive this corruption or not. And I'm saying it's time we should take a real hard look at what I'm saying. I think we're at the tipping point. I think this is the time. Not if not my few years left. In the coming problem is we are really at a point that mankind has all the tools to destroy his own time on Earth.
But don't we also have all the tools to save ourselves
Again,
and to make the society that you're talking about?
but it's not good.
We
We're
have-
dealing
we
with
have
the
the
United
tools to do
States of
both.
America and our corporate system. Do you think we control the world with this? I don't believe we do.
No, I think the corporations do.
No, they do not. They control parts of the world, other parts of the world they have no penetration in. India doesn't give a damn about the corporate systems in the United States. They've shown that. Now, because they can afford to do that. Gandhi proved that. All we have to do in this country is have enough people say, I don't want this system as it is, and we strike. And we stop going to work. And they modify the system. That's how it modified in the 30s and the 40s.
So do you think that the resurgence of the union movement is a manifestation of what you're talking about? That some folks
I don't
are
know that it's
beginning-
resurged. I don't only 10 or 12% of the people are in the unions. That we had a vast larger number of people in unions before they started breaking each other with the greed of who's going to control the unions. You get into the same battle even if you're in a socialistic situation where you have a union supposed to work with each other as union brothers. Then one brother wants to be the leader, and he's going to cut the other guy that isn't the leader. He's going to make him look bad, or he's working with the company, so you should put me in. I've seen this in real life. I've worked in corporations. I've worked as a laborer. I've worked within the union structures. They stab each other in the back because I want to be the leader instead of this guy being the leader.
The private sector unionization rate was just above 37% when Mr. Reagan came to power. It is now under 5%.
Okay,
We
so
are seeing unionization efforts in some of the largest corporations in the country, including Starbucks and Amazon. So it is that
my
not
fear is time versus change. Do we have the time to revert, or do we just start to move forward? I'm sort of caught with trying to deal philosophically with what you're saying. Knowing the history of what I've seen, this isn't speculation on my part. I've done well in this system.
Mhm.
Now, I've represented corporations. I've represented workers. I've worked as a moderator between the two. I've seen people act in good faith with each other. I once saw a boss attacked because he was giving out turkeys one year, and the next year we're having a bad time. He couldn't give them out, and the union says, well, you have a past practice, you have to do this. And I said, the boss don't have the money to do it. And I pointed out to the things that the owner was doing for the union workers who wanted to go to school at night. We let them off for a couple hours so they could get to school and come back. We're doing all these things. And I said, the man says, the boss said to me, when I can afford to be liberal, I'm liberal. And I told the union that, and they came back to me and said, okay, we're going to leave you alone on this. I pointed out to them that the boss was working with these guys already in a lot of ways. Because I was being fair. I looked at the thing in a fair manner. Now, maybe we need to set up real bodies that have real authority between business and the unions that have real guts. In other words, to say to the boss, no, you're going to pay fines for this, and we're not touchable by your political thing. Maybe we have to set up a system where the politics can't affect the enforcement of labor law or can't affect the enforcement of OSHA and those rules. Because I've seen guys get their hands cut off, and I had to I brought fingers myself to the hospital. They sewed them back on, see if they can save the nerves. I've seen industrial accidents and people getting killed before OSHA, and I've seen OSHA take over, and I've seen it be moderated with minor fines instead of major fines. So greed beats all systems until we decide that greed kills all systems.
So there's more of us than there are of them. Where does the hope come from?
All of us all of us are not aware. Some of the stuff we're saying tonight will go over the heads of people. What Brad crazy? I'm serious. I think I'm quite sane. Maybe I'm not. Who knows? But the question is, I don't believe in life and anything I've seen in the universe. I'm going to give you another theory. we have more problems with, well, this is this way over here, and this is this way over here. We cannot deal with dualities, but dualities are the center form of the universe. The yin and the yang exist. You have to modulate in between, back and forth like this. And when we can't be flexible about this needing modulation, and the word is modulation.
Quantum entanglement.
Okay.
But where does I just again? I have to ask again. Where do you see the hope come from? Is it?
I had hope.
Well, you didn't actually, but I'm asking. Where do you see?
No. The only thing I know of is a word called awareness.
So
I don't have a
more
belief
people-
system. I don't have a belief system. I know we're going to disappear if we continue to grieve. I know that we're up against it at this point in time. I don't have a belief system. I'm crying out to get people to say, without using your ability to be aware and think things through and stop marching to the tune of a drummer that's leading you off to hell, we are going to destroy ourselves as a civilization. I'm saying that very bluntly. I don't know whether anything I have to say has any merit. I'm screaming to a universe that exists.
No, but if you're having a quiet evening at home and you and your wife, and you do have the TV on, and you might happen to see a documentary on this, or I don't know if you watch her, but if you watch Rachel Maddow on a Monday, or maybe you see a story with Bill Maher or John Oliver or any one of the 100, Anderson Cooper, and I could rattle off a bunch of names, but I'm just trying to say, or maybe you're watching the BBC World News and you might watch a certain report on, I don't know, a new set of schools in Africa, or a new or Canadian science students working on a cheaper way to desalinize water. Do these things bring you hope, or is the greater weight that these are these small pinpricks of light in a very, 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 very large piece of paper that doesn't have enough pinpricks in them?
You're asking about belief systems. I think I see things very clearly from a place where I have an instinctive feeling we're not yet at. I know where we should be. I don't think there's a leader that can bring anybody to an awareness that one is not ready to do. And the question is always, have they had enough pain yet? There's an interesting theory. When you make an alteration in life, you hit a dead end. If you're an addict, you hit a dead end. If you have an insanity or somebody catches himself, oh, I really was going to commit suicide. Whoa, I want to step back from that. We got to get that feeling of we really want to step back a few paces. I don't want to destroy anybody. I don't want to get the capitalists upset. I don't want to get the socialists upset. I want to get them to work together, because I don't need that conflict in the middle of the reality we're really facing here. We're dealing like monkey minds here. I got to have this, and he can't have this, and this. Whenever we say he can't have, I can't have. It's like there is a duality going on here. If I can't give it to you, I can't get it. If I can't give you leave to be who you are, and you can't give me leave to be who I am, there's no real respect for the differences. I'm going to share a story about that with you. Another one. I was asked to give a speech at a Pentecostal church one time, and I called my grandfather, and who was the son of a Polish rabbi, my step-grandfather. And one time I'm talking to him, he says, you know how your grandmother and I got together for 50 years? I said, no, Grandpa. He says, why? He says, because we had respect. I looked at him like, what did he mean? He says, no, not respect as you understand it. He says, I came over from Poland. I'm a Polish Jew. I have certain rituals and everything. I married an American Jew. It's two different cultures. She made my house for me kosher. She did everything correctly. We didn't agree on a lot of things. We just respected the differences. Because when you respect the differences, God made those differences. And if you just respect the differences, you learn God's love. I was asked to give a speech at a Pentecostal church. And I gave a speech on abortion, stem cell research, and the duty of a Christian voter. And I said, I'm Jewish in background. And I spoke to these differences. And the difference, I said, with the abortion thing, you got to understand that people going to their father for telling them they're pregnant can get them killed in some cultures. And they don't have any religion to lean on at all. And you're talking about a girl exposing herself to getting killed. I said, yet I see you complaining about abortion, but well, how about if you just made adoption easier and you agreed for society to pay for full term for the people that can carry it, and you don't go for the whole egg at one time, you go for as many lives, souls that you can save by making society gentler toward those who become impregnated by accident or whatever. And you give them succor and you take care of them in a Christian way. And I said, as far as the stem cell research, I'm diabetic. My grandchildren allow me to get diabetes. And I'm saying to you, frankly, I don't want your compassion. I want your empathy. The people make these eggs and they fertilize them, they keep them stored. If they can't be used to make a baby, maybe we should use them for research. Maybe we can discover and break down these things and figure out how to solve diabetes and some of these diseases. So let's not look at, I'm not asking for compassion. The great, and Jesus himself said, the greatest virtue is charity. And charity is compassion, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Charity is empathy. I could be there taking care of you so that I'm not and you're not. And then I said, as far as duty of a Christian, that was where the duty of the Christian voter came in. I said, I don't know all forms of Christianity, but the real thing that Jesus said is the compassion. Now, maybe that's the real word. Maybe we'll go back to that message. We just have to have compassion for the differences, respect the differences, and move on.
The Jesus
I don't want to kill the capitalist. I don't want to kill the socialist. I don't want to kill the communist. I want to work with them. Now, it's an idealistic view, but the alternative is death for the species. And I'm saying that's the real reality of the moment. I think we're really at that point in time. We're very close to it. The tipping point is now.
8:01 Eastern time, entering our final hour. And I don't know how much longer Mr. Kirsch is staying. He's welcome to stay as long as he wishes. He can leave whenever he wishes.
As long as you question me,
entirely up to you. I will, if you don't mind, sir, I will put the phone number on the screen and I will allow people to call in if that's okay with you. 8:02 Eastern time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for November 20, 2022. Twos are wild today. Go play your twos in your lotteries. Twos are all over the place today. Our last show of November, actually, we will not be with you next week. We ask you to please enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday week with friends, with family. If you are traveling, please travel safely. Practice any safe, healthy practices that you feel you need to. Please visit friends and family, reconnect, however it is that you have to do so. Overeat if you're lucky enough to do it. Why not? And this genuinely American holiday, which is actually spreading across the globe, by the way. It is now celebrated in quite a number of countries. But we just ask you to have a peaceful, happy, safe, and healthy holiday week and long Thanksgiving weekend. So we will not be with you next week. We will return December 1st. 3 shows in December, and then wham, it is the end of 2022. And to be blunt, I will not be sorry to see it go. That said, anywhere that you are on Facebook, that other side of information is our home page. Please remember that the page is always there. Just when the show's not there doesn't mean the page shuts down. Tune in, become a part of our group, check out the articles that we post, join the discussions and the chat that we try to foster. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, tune in, radio app, tell Alexa to play hot101.net. There's no way that you cannot listen to us. We are super easy to find, and we appreciate you checking out Hot 101. I'm very, very humbled and proud to be part of the Hot 101.net family, as I am the TCP family. 3 legs on this stool here at our program: Facebook, 101, and TCP. Proud to be part of all of them. We could not be here if you all are not there. I am continually, every single week that I sit here and join you, humbled and proud of the fact that the very first time that we did this program with you, I think I made it about an hour and a half before I completely ran out of things to say, and I turned off the microphone. And that first show, we shared the program only on Facebook, and I think it went to anywhere between 8 and 12 different groups. This week, we're at 102. There was no hot101.net. We are now there. There was no TCP. We are now there. We went from reaching about 500 people that first week 3.5 years ago, 3.75 years ago, to be more precise, to now reaching about 250,000 people a week. Doesn't mean that all 250,000 people of you are listening currently at this very moment, but we reach about 250,000 people around the globe. And not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's see if we can keep it going. And we ask you every single week to do that. Whether you are listening purely audio on the radio, whether you are at 101 TCP or anywhere on Facebook, please continue to share this program and help us grow. We want to spread the program to as many different places as we can, because that's what keeps it going. New listeners, new ears, new thoughts, new opinions, new questions, and just having a conversation, folks. Nothing too heavy. We're just having a conversation. We have a conversation about heavy topics, but try not to do it in a heavy way. So entering our final hour, we'll take you as close to 9 p.m. as we can. Remember, my brother from another mother there, Sergeant Mac Thomas Bishop, comes your way at 9 p.m. right here on our own homepage, That Other Side of Information, and on Hot 101, The Villain's View comes your way at 9 p.m. If I've achieved nothing else in this with this radio program, it would be, he'll be here long after me. And that's a comforting fact. The fact that he was able to get a program kind of born out of this one makes me proud and humbled every single week. So check out Sergeant Mac right after us on That Other Side of Information and Hot 101. I'm going to give you the phone number, folks. We actually have one. Let's let's see if the old girl works. I think we fixed everything. I think we fixed everything last week, but let's see if the old girl works. You can call us. There's Randall straight out of the gate. I didn't even have to give the number. There's Randall. Brad is going to get to experience the Randall effect. And here we go. Randall, my dear friend, I know. Wow, I'm so excited you called. I got choked up there. Thank you for calling, my friend. Thank you for being patient. Final hour, folks, is yours on the phone line, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, just like Randall did, 267-227-9189. My friend, welcome to the program. Thank you for calling and listening yet again. Please ask Brad your questions.
Hey, Brad, you've got so many followers on your Facebook page. You probably don't realize that I've been friends for a long, long time with you on Facebook.
I do realize who you are.
We have so many fellow Democratic friends across, especially the southeast and northeast part of our state. I have been have been 40.
You're breaking up a little bit, mate. Be careful with the mobile. You're breaking up just a tiny bit. We're missing a little bit of it.
All right. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Is that
not
better?
Look, it's probably not your fault. It's probably just a cell thing. I'm just saying that we're missing a little bit. So just be careful get right up there on the microphone for us so we don't miss anything. We don't want to miss anything.
Okay. It's better.
Yes, sir. We got you.
Anyway, Brad, as Jeff mentioned earlier, I've been a local committee person here in Delaware County. Almost 40 years. Well, maybe it's 41 actually now. But in any case, I've seen Delaware County go from 3-1 registration Republicans to Democrats to more Democrats now in Delaware County. And recent elections, the last 3 election cycles, have shown that to be true. My state representative, Leanne Kruger, she chaired the House, PA House Democratic recruitment, and that's one of the reasons that we got to, for the first time in 12 years, that we have majority control of the PA House come January. So I'm very happy. I'm very pessimistic. Excuse me, I'm very optimistic that things for the better are happening. Number one, by taking the House, the Republicans are not going to be able to get on our coming primary in May ballot the measures they were going to pass to make it illegal to have an abortion in PA, for example, to try and make the state Supreme Court here by region, not statewide elections. Just the same funny games that they played forever, the Republican Party, in my opinion. But I just wanted to tell you, I'm glad you finally came on Jeff's show. This has been a treat.
That's because I've been chasing him relentlessly. We see each other at state committee, and he's still nice enough to say hello instead of like, oh crap, there he is again, and running a different direction. It's because I've been stalking him like a weirdo for 2 years now. He finally gave in, Randall. He finally gave in. He caved in.
That's good. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you that I am optimistic about the future. Even in my twilight age, and I'm proud that I have 3 strong daughters, and they're married to strong men, and I am so lucky to have incredible grandchildren, and watching them grow up, and I just I think we are at a tipping point on the environment worldwide. And I think, a big part of that, it's not just mankind burning fossil fuels relentlessly. A big part of it, the tipping point, is that we have finally reached 8 billion people on this tiny little globe.
Too many.
And, Mathis is showing himself to be totally right, in my opinion. That.
Let's let Brad respond to some of your thoughts there, sir. And as always, I appreciate you and I love you. And please have a wonderful, wonderful holiday week. Please eat too much. And you hang on. Brad's going to respond to your thoughts, but I just want to make sure that I tell you that I appreciate you. It's Thanksgiving week. We tell what we're thankful for. I'm thankful for you. You found our program, about a year or more now, I think, ago, and
a year and a half ago.
Yeah, you've been rock solid ever since. So I'm believe me, I'm thankful for you. But you don't have to hang up yet. Just let's let Brad respond to some of your thoughts. Brad, please, the floor is yours.
First thing, I have to make a confession, Randall. My wife is from Media and Lanark and those areas up in New York County. So I remember the war board that they had in Delaware County, where a Democrat didn't get any penetration no matter what they did. And I remember the arguments over the Blue Route going back to that time. So you've made a lot of progress in the Democratic side in your county, and I'm really proud of what they've done there. We have a majority. It's going to take about 3 months to get it working because we don't have the majority seated who are going to be there. We lost one person by suicide. That's going to have to be filled. We had, I think it was suicide. I'm not sure. One of our people died, and we have two people who are leaving their positions. One to go to Congress, one to go to another position. So in actual numbers at the state, we may not have it for the first 3 or 4 months, the actual voting majority, although we have the right to name the speaker by the number of people we have. So we may find a cooperative environment within the state. This MAGA situation is still very bad. I don't think that they have much sympathy even in Delaware County. It's not one of the county where the MAGA is really coming from. Again, I think we have to really start thinking about satisfying the needs of those rural populations to break MAGA up. It's not going to be magically broken up by an election. These people have to be a part of the system that they're living in, and they really don't. And that's a real barrier to what's going on in this state. And again, I believe in cooperating as much as possible. I've worked with Josh Shapiro for a number of years. I ran with him one time. We went to the same classes together. I've interviewed him a couple of times for my caucus and for the national caucus. And I say one thing about our new governor is that it's not what he says, it's what he actually does when he gets into office. It's getting him into higher offices. And we have to have politicians that actually perform and get things done. That's a prerequisite for winning. The Republicans are what Lyndon Johnson used to say, jawboning everything. They talk and they talk and they talk, and nothing happens. It's a bunch of clicks coming out of their mouths, and nothing goes on. As far as knowing who you are, I appreciate your friendship over the last 12 or 14 years. You've been on a long time too. I think I've been on Facebook about 14. So I really welcome your speaking to you over the phone here. Thanks for participation, my friend.
Thank you for showing up finally, Brad. In any case, it's funny when you're talking about the MAGA crowd. I grew up in Aston in Delaware County, Aston Township, and then me and my family were up in Middletown for 22 years, and now me and my wife were down in Brookhaven, or right here in the southwest part of Delaware County. But it's interesting. Middletown is a more affluent area. It's just like media. I mean, that's they're in the same school district, Rose Tree Media School District, and their education level of their citizens is much higher. A lot of college graduates, whereas Aston Township and Brookhaven Borough are traditionally, they were high-paid blue-collar jobs. There's still a lot that in these two communities that work at Boeing, for example. But there is a big mega crowd. Aston in the 2016 race, Aston Community Center is where there was a closed Trump rally for just Republicans, active Republicans in Delaware County, and then later that summer there was a massive open Trump rally in Aspen. So it's like I said, it's all relative to where you live. Just a few miles away, and in the Rose Tree Media School System, there's no mega crowd. But get down here, and yes, there is. And they still got their giant flags up on their front yards. It's like crazy.
Yeah, we're the snowflakes, but they still have their 2020 signs up. All right, thank you, my friend. I'm going to free it up, and hopefully other people will call. It never hurts.
Yep.
Randall survives every phone call. So, folks, if you're afraid to call in for whatever reason, I've tried to make phone calls the lifeblood of this show. he calls every week and he survives every single time. It doesn't hurt at all to call in. Let me try to build, Brad, on something that Randall mentioned. I think you kind of mentioned it earlier in the show, but I want to see if we can possibly expand on it. What do you really think that the MAGA crowd is angry about? What do you think is driving them? Is this, you mentioned President Johnson just a few minutes ago. Is this really the case of Johnson's famous quote? And I'm going to butcher the crap out of it, of course. I'm going to paraphrase it. I can't quote it. That, if I can convince the poorest white man that a person of color next to him is trying to steal something from him, I can take everything from him too. Or I can take everything from the two of them. I'm butchering the quote, but I think you know where I'm going. Is that really the basis of what it's all about, or is it? What is it? What are they really angry about? Or maybe there isn't one thing. Maybe
Estrangement. They're not feeling part of the world we're living in. They feel they've been excluded. The simplicity of a life system where the minds have left the northern areas. The way they used to make their living is gone. They think, by the way, that the invasion of the border in Texas, that the Texas line is up at the Maryland line. I mean, the way they fought people coming into Hazelton, for instance, in the urban section, those were the coal mines. Now they got the Spanish coming in, and they're learning to work with them. They're learning, people being put to work now. Other areas of the state there's some work going on in the northwestern section where some Spanish are moving over to that area because they need the labor in some of the industry, light heavy industry going on in areas in Elk County, for instance. There's a transition starting to take place that they're accepting the quote, the invasion of the Spanish. You have insular places. I used to go up in areas where it was all Polish township, the Jews immigrated to Wilkes-Barre, certain areas, people came into Scranton, the Italians came into a certain area up there. They all had these little ethnic enclaves. When the seed of the migration took place in the early 20th century, they were all coming in. Somebody got a job in a town, he brought his friends into the job, and they started an industry. We're still descending from that. Cultures ran around who the numbers writers were in certain areas and who could feed the people coming in, and certain kinds of corruption take place in politics because of the real ethnic things going on, that people can only make a living certain ways. We have to look at the society as a very, very real thing that's been going on for centuries. I mentioned we're still Rome. The basic things of me getting my friend a job. So if it's an ethnic community that's all Polish or all Jewish, they tend to work with their own people and bring their own people in. And as the new immigrations come in, the Cambodians come into Philadelphia, they bring more Cambodians and they take them to where they work. And since they've been good workers there, to get their people in. This goes on and on and on. It's a constant thing of how the United States immigration really works. The point is, we've stopped that immigration system as it exists. People are feeling alienated. They can't do for their children and their families what they used to do. And their towns just don't improve. The homes are getting older. They're falling apart. They're putting roads by them. They go through the towns. They don't stop there and do anything in the towns.
We build bypasses around town centers.
That's correct. So would you not feel a little bit alienated? I mean, just do a little, I'm going to use the term role reversal. Let's role reverse with each other. How would I feel if that were being done with me?
But how much does that come down to the?
Well, that's what prejudice is. That's the core prejudice.
So why aren't
my
you
people aren't getting, your people are, therefore my people are more worthy. In fact, I will create gods that are different than yours so that my God's better than your God.
So why aren't you and I angry? Why aren't we MAGA people?
Because I was too crippled to fight that battle. I had to just learn how to work. Okay. You asked the question, I gave you a real answer.
But I think
I didn't have time for that stuff. I had to survive.
So when you ask me, how would you feel if you put yourself in these folks' shoes? I am in their shoes. I used to be upper middle class. I'm working poor. I don't have health insurance. For the better part of 3 years, I haven't had health insurance. But I also know I have a completely different concept. And my concept happens to be born or based in fact about how my situation has changed and where it's been developed from. It's wealthy billionaires that have affected my situation, not the poor migrant sneaking over the Mexican border. So why am I different than the MAGA crowd?
Well, you have a distinctive personal situation which creates your life situation. Now let's take it as a generality. If I have a system built up where my town is producing for a soup company that moved into my area, let's say I'm in Camden, New Jersey.
Campbell's, yep.
Plants in
Yep.
Jersey, okay? And Vineland was a great area for chickens, and then they had the chicken
Yep.
flu, and that moved to Maryland, so Vineland's atrophied in their own
Yeah.
systems of thing. I've been in a lot of places and run a lot of companies, so
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Vineland's a very,
Yeah,
Vineland's
so-
a very unique place.
So let's talk about the regional problems of the immigrants came in, they had built up their own system of taking care of each other, and then the economy actually changed. After the Second World War, the economy became less that and more transitional, and then they moved to where they could do the raw materials came in and the shipping costs were determinant of whether you produce something in a certain area, you worried about the shipping costs. And that created something else. So each transition business-wise was a rational business transaction that actually changed the culture of the communities that built up around the original businesses. Scranton isn't what it used to be. These areas really don't produce the same things they used to produce.
No.
And these people didn't want to leave their cultural centers. So they had a choice, do I give up my culture and move to the cities, or will my kids will go to college and then they leave and never come home? And they're bitter. Simple that. Their greed is simple greed. It's just they want things the way they used to be. It was very simple life. You grew up, you did your work, you go into church, and everything was there. And you went out hunting. I remember I run companies that had plants in these regions. Hunting days, I mean, everything stops the first day of hunting. You can't. Everybody, it's a holiday. I mean, they just will go hunting.
Schools are closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're destroying that culture. Now that they were very happy to just see it go to a ball game on Sunday and do the simple things. These are not very complicated people. I'm saying. So they're just missing the simple things in life, and they feel alienated from a society which is apparently, and in many ways, really ignoring them. So somebody comes along and incites them to riot, which is basically what happened. We got a guy that goes out and incites people to riot. The president of the United States incited a riot. We can't face that head on. I mean, it mystifies me. Why hasn't he been locked up yet?
I am with you.
I'm
I'm so mystified.
Because they're afraid if they don't convict him and don't have enough to convict him, it's just going to increase the revolution.
Might make it worse, right? Could make it worse.
Yeah. And whenever you have to make moral decisions based on whether democracy works or not, and they're going to come back at you, democracy at certain times doesn't work very well. It's easy to overthrow. Now, I don't say that it's not a good system.
Yeah.
I want my vote and I want my ability, but I also want an educational system that teaches people enough to vote, which I think is also lacking.
As we said, Mussolini was elected. Hitler was elected.
And so was
elected.
Hitler. 33% of the vote, and Trump was already over 30%. That's scary to me.
Yep. Mussolini was elected. Hitler was elected. Orban was elected. Erdogan was elected. Putin was elected. Or at least the first time.
Well,
I was a little played with that.
Elected anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
You want to talk about that's better than capitalism, isn't it?
8:28. We're entering our final half hour with Brad Kirsch. Final half hour.
Nope, I'm not taking too long with this
Or
thing.
I'm going to let we'll let Brad go before the 9 o'clock hour. I'll say goodbye to you for a while. Remember, we're not with you for next week. We'll be back on December 1st. Alex Dietrich had a comment in that I didn't want to pass up. I'm going to paraphrase it just a tiny bit, but I think it's exceptionally profound, and I think it's something that you will sink your teeth into, proverbially. Charity is compassion at best. Functional social systems that prevent chronic, unnecessary suffering is actual empathy. Your thoughts?
I think the term compassion is rather arrogant. I think the word empathy is the center. And so therefore, anything that speaks of empathy rather than compassion says that I'm not holding myself or my needs above yours in a charitable way. I think that we have to share with each other in a empathetic manner, where we really have the ability to follow the golden rule. Do not do unto others what you would not have others do unto you. And that's basically empathy. It is not compassion. I don't like compassionate conservatism here. I give you
Well, there's no such thing.
the term's like mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing.
No, there is not.
There's a fancy branding. That was fancy
Come
branding.
on, John.
I don't think there's any such thing.
Thank you for the time I've spent with you, and I will return.
You are going to be in demand, sir, after this one.
Who knows? If I'm here, I'll be back.
Well, thank you for all of the time. I know that you probably stayed longer than you wanted, so that means you're very kind.
I actually had a good time with you, so don't worry about it. I did have a good time.
Listen in then. I do have bad news for you. Well, before you go, I want to wrap up with you the way I usually wrap up with any guest. And if you've listened to the program before, you know that this is how we do it. I do have bad news for you, sir. And that is you are part of the family now. So we will be calling on you again.
Thank you.
So you can't escape. You're
cousin.
You're in the family now. We got you. You're not going anywhere. Please tell folks if there is a way that you would prefer to share how they can, someone like Randall or how other seniors that might be listening to the program around PA can get in contact either with the caucus or with the work that you do, or perhaps it's kind of an in the weeds sort of topic, but state committee does seem to somewhat elevate itself above the regular, if you will, registered Democrat, when in fact we should be embracing such folks and then bringing them into process. But how do folks follow the work that you do? How do they contact you? How do they connect? How does a registered Democrat connect themselves with the caucus or learn about the things that you're working on? How do you prefer to share?
My email is bradkirsch@aol.com. You can contact me through the state committee by calling the office and asking for Brad Kirsch and leaving a message for me. They'll get it to me. I'm on Facebook as Brad Kirsch. The simple names, same spelling as you have here, Brad Kirsch. Now, from the standpoint of whether I want this kind of contact, the only Democratic.
That's why I asked.
The fact is that the caucus movement is the only real connection we have with talking to real people about real needs. We have a progressive caucus, a Spanish caucus, a New Americans caucus. We have all sorts of caucuses, and I have sort of a schizoid situation. I represent my county, but I'm also a member who started the senior caucus specifically to make sure that the number of seniors has the right to demand certain actions from the party based on the fact that they need to please us to get their elections. So it's sort of a duality. I represent you as a Democrat, but I also represent a particular constituency. The Women's Caucus works the same way. All of the caucuses are means of the people to get through the representatives in the party who represent the Democratic Party. We have elective functions. This is not an elective function. This is a lobbying function. We work for our seniors to get better care for seniors. People who are working for New Americans coming in work for New Americans. This is the heart of the democracy in the Democratic Party. So yes, I actually have associate members who aren't voting members, but actually go and participate in certain senior events in their counties if they choose to. We try to get them appointed to boards where they can deal with senior issues. They bring us back issues. We lobby the governor. We lobby other people within the party. We have a certain stature by being elected officials. I also sit on the executive board of the state committee. I've been a chairman for like, I think it's 14 years now of the senior caucus. I have, quote, market penetration. And I use that penetration for the average person who needs to be represented. And all of the members of your state committee or the extension to the actual committee, people come to your door and ask for your vote. We just get kicked up to a state level. We don't do the door knocking anymore, but we do the lobbying at the state level. And we have to fight with our own politicians. So it's a real, this is what democracy is about.
Teresa asks very quickly in the chat, what issues are the senior caucus working on?
We're working now on actually keeping seniors alive during epidemics, et cetera, better senior housing, better senior issues, et cetera. There's changes going to be made under the new governor that will improve senior things. I'm not sure of all of them. I've interviewed him on in another capacity. He's planning to make some changes. I'm not in on all of them, but we do have direct connection. We are the Democratic Party. We have lobbying ability. We control some things. We control endorsements and things like that. And so this is the People's Party. And then we have the people who get elected who are just really interested in getting reelected. They listen to us somewhat, not all the time. And so that basically any senior issue that actually is solvable by actual legislative action, we will work with the state Senate. We have contact. We have people in the state Senate. I have people sitting in my caucus that are officials of the party that have decided to join my caucus just to know what's going on, and they've been helpful. So all the caucuses work in the same manner. We lobby for the issues that people want us to lobby for, if they're practical to do, and if we have the resources to get it done.
My friend, I'm first off, like I said, on a very, very long list of accomplishments on your CV. Being my friend and appearing on this program is way down on the list, but it means a hell of a lot to me. So I'm thrilled that you finally came. I'm sorry I chased you for so long, but I thought your voice was.
No, it was not a matter
I
of
believe
chasing,
your
but-
voice to be important. I think people learned this was a very highbrow conversation, which is, you know, that's a good thing. We're pretty smart people if we put our minds to it. And these kind of conversations aren't happening enough, I don't believe. And it's why we're here, to try to have these conversations. We try to have fun and have some laughs too, but there are serious things that face us as a species, not just as a commonwealth or a county or a municipality or a country, not even as a globe, but as an actual species. These are things that if we don't talk about them, we certainly can't solve them. So I'm just so honored that you came here. It means a lot to me. It means a very, very great deal to me. And I hope that you will come and visit us again. And when you are not here on the program, I hope you will keep up with the program, whether you listen live or listen to recording. I hope you'll keep up with us, and you're part of our family. We like to think of everyone that has been on this program as a family, and you're part of the family now. And it means everything to me that you took this much time to come here with me. So thank you, thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Please have a great evening. Thank you again.
Bye-bye.
That is Brad Kirsch, the great Brad Kirsch. It did take a lot to get him. I feel bad because I did chase poor Brad for a really long time. I think I asked him the very first time to come on. I do think it was over 2 years ago. I really do. It was a long time. 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. We'll try to take you right up till Sergeant Mack at 9 p.m. Thomas Bishop. The Villain's View is the name of the program. You can see it on our Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. I really believe that you should check it out because it's different than our program. And I think that's a very good thing. Even though he and I talk about a lot of the same topics, we do it in very different ways. And we've grown up different. He served in the military. He's a man of color. We are roughly the same age. He has children. I don't. But yet we have so many of the same beliefs. And I think that you can talk about the same topics. You can even talk about the same policy positions over and over and over again. But when you come at them from different angles and different points of view, that's what makes it kind of fresh and new and interesting to hear about. So I hope that you will check him out. Again, it's called The Villain's View. Thomas Bishop, Sergeant Mack, will be joining. His program comes on at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. George and I were bored one night. We actually did the time change to Australia to listen to Sergeant Mack, and I think we figured out it was 17 hours, but I can't do the 17 hours in my head right now. Find out what time that would be in Australia and New Zealand. But he comes up right after us on hot101.net and on that other side of information. Teresa mentioned in the chat, what about those? Asked a question that I missed. I completely missed it before Brad left us. Teresa, I hope you will not be too upset. What about those who honestly should not have a say that transgender women and girls can play in sports? This issue, I assume that you're asking that question as it relates to seniors and their opinions on such things. I believe that seniors have been used in this area the same way that so many of the rest of us have. That being creating yet another group of the other, a small percentage of people, a small total number of people that can easily be dominated, bullied by larger groups of people, people with more money. They are an other. They are an other, yet another group of other, the same way that we other people of color. And then we dissect groups of color into even smaller sections. You have African Americans and Hispanics, and then we take the Hispanics, then we dissect them down into the Central Americans and the South Americans, then we dissect them even further into the Colombians and the Peruvians and the Brazilians and the Argentinians, and until we are down, until we are dissected and split into so many small groups that no one group in and of itself can defend itself. I have talked about this in the progressive movement as well, that there are too many progressive political groups. It seems to me, and I have used this example with you before, and it's just simple math because I'm a simple brain sometimes. Instead of having 10 different progressive groups all working on the same thing with 10 people in it, one group of 100 might be a hell of a lot more effective. Even if all 100 people don't agree on everything, one group of 100 is more forceful than 10 different groups of 10 or 20 different groups of 5. So the othering that happens within American society is done exactly for that reason, to chop people down into smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller groups until they can't defend themselves anymore. This is where I continue to make this argument every single week, that the ills of this planet, I generally talk about the ills of this country. I think what Brad was trying to do was to take us to a more of a global view, more of an existential view, more of a not a 50,000 foot view, but 100,000 foot view, to say that this is an existential global dynamic that we are in, that if we don't stop the othering, and that if we don't come to the simple realization that the human species is walking on a tightrope, and that if we fall off of that tightrope, we're done. That is the realization that we have to come with. I talk to you often, perhaps in an overly, or at least more simplistic way than Brad, that again, a very small handful of billionaires have decided that you as a human being are only good for two things: generating wealth for them, or that you have enough wealth that they can extract it. And when you can do neither of those things anymore, you don't need to even exist. that because this very same small group of people do not want to pay taxes, they do not want to pay the entrance fees into a civilized society, that the rest of us can starve and die, that they are somehow better than the rest of us. They are not part of the same community and society that the rest of us are. They're better than that somehow, simply because they have hoarded money, simply because they have figured out how to move numbers on a spreadsheet and make money out of it. That's not even human. It is a condition of humanity, greed. But I don't think the greed is as widespread. It's very, very hard, I think, to be greedy when you have nothing. Some will argue it's easier to be greedy when you have nothing. I can also make the argument that it's harder to be greedy when you have nothing because you understand exactly what it's like to have nothing. When you have everything, literally everything at your fingertips, when you are worth 200 plus, 250 plus billion dollars, everything is at your fingertips. When you have everything at your fingertips, it's much easier to be greedy, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. So I think Brad was trying to raise the conversation. Not just, I want to be careful in my wording here. Not just raise the conversation to make it more, not to make it overly intellectual, not to make it so that we can't understand it, but to try to raise the consciousness, because he mentioned consciousness a lot, of the conversation, to say we have to think about these things in a different way, that we don't just talk about them as Republicans and Democrats or liberals or conservatives or white or black, but that we start to talk about these things as human issues. And I think he's very, very, very correct. It simply makes it difficult, and dear goodness, he's so great, and I'm so honored by his friendship. I hope he didn't think my questions were too simplistic, but I just don't know that we can have that kind of conversation unless we try to work inside the system first to fix some things. Politics, to a great extent, along with greed, and politics has enabled greed, and the greed has enabled the politics to enable the greed, because it has become something you can purchase like a commodity. But politics got us into so much of the trouble that we're in. It's going to take politics to get us out. It just is. Politics created the Supreme Court that we have. It's going to take politics to get us out. The way that corporations have been able to buy politicians and buy whole governments, especially from the Buckley versus Vallejo and then onward into Citizens United, those are political events, and it will take politics to get us out. And I don't think that's necessarily where Brad and I differ. I guess maybe I'm just a little more nuts and bolts, and he's more ethereal about it. But the answer's the same. That said, the answer's the same. Is that we can We can fix these problems. I am absolutely convinced of it. I'm convinced of it. And I'm convinced of it because we've done it before. We can continue to look through every historical event through a modern lens. And that modern lens will shed details on historical events that can take even the greatest of historical achievements and events and make them somehow look substandard. I have had this discussion with you on this program a great number of times, and forgive me for snorting directly into the microphone. I'm trying not to sneeze all over the place. I have that weird itch up here. I'm trying not to sneeze. I've had this discussion with various listeners and so on in the comments and even on the phone, I think, if I recall correctly, about this, that, well, the New Deal wasn't great if you were a person of color. Yeah, okay, no kidding. I get it. Should we have scrapped all of it? Are we trying to say that it did no good? I don't think that's historically accurate. I don't think it's intellectually honest. I beg you all, if you're bored over this long holiday weekend, go to the PBS streaming app. You can do it for free. I mean, really free. Not just free trial, but free. And stream Ken Burns' documentary about the Roosevelts. And you'll see in there that Eleanor Roosevelt repeatedly, pretty much with every new piece of legislation, would go to President Roosevelt and say, you are forgetting people of color. You're forgetting women. You're forgetting, and on and on and on. And he would tell her the same thing every time. Would you prefer I passed nothing? Should I help the people I can help, or shall I help no one? And that might be, that's an actual real dilemma. It might be something that in our more modern enlightenment and sensitivities might seem like a crazy decision, but it was a genuine decision he faced. He had to decide, do I accomplish nothing, or do I help as many people as I can? And let's not forget about the integration of the military either. President Roosevelt did do a lot for people of color, not as much as he himself wanted to do. So I do sometimes get conflicted by always viewing every historical event through a modern lens. If we were to do that, I mean, even the Magna Carta would pale compared to modern documents and achievement. But the end of a feudalistic society had to start somewhere. It started with the Magna Carta. Should we forget about it because it didn't help everyone? And that might sound like an oversimplistic argument. I'm getting really good at oversimplistic arguments, apparently. I'm just saying the answers to what's wrong with us are in our own past. And the beauty about having them be in the past is that we know what did not work, we know what did work, and we know the communities and parts of our society that did not benefit. We can correct those things. If we do another New Deal, whether it is a Green New Deal or just a second New Deal or whatever you want to call it, if we do another Teddy Roosevelt square deal, everybody gets a piece of the pie. Or if we do a second economic New Deal, if we finally grow the guts to fight for Roosevelt's second Bill of Rights, the economic Bill of Rights, we now, that lens of history also teaches us the sections of our society that did not benefit before, and that we must make sure that we include this time. We can fix those mistakes. History should not be an impediment. It should be a progenitor. It should be a tool. It should be a guide. It should be a lesson. We should not deny ourselves a second New Deal or to push for Roosevelt's economic Bill of Rights simply because in the 30s and 40s, people of color didn't benefit. No, let's make sure that they benefit this time. That's all. We know Teddy Roosevelt was not exactly the most tolerant man of anyone other than white men, but he also broke up the corporations. He established the national parks. He understood how fragile the environment could be. He labeled himself the first progressive. He wanted workers to be in unions. No, he was not tolerant toward people of color. He was not. But when we talk about breaking up big corporations, empowering unions, saving an environment, do we throw those ideals away because he didn't like people of color? No, what we do is we take those ideals and then we include the people that he didn't want to include. We improve on them because the lens of history is a teacher. It is an enabler because we have done these things before. Why are we going back to the moon? Because we know we can, because we did it before. Going to the moon has taught us that we can go to Mars. But what do we have to change and learn from to make sure that we can take that extra step? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm just saying, it's the same thing. We can do these things. We're smart. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Just under 5 minutes left. Again, Sergeant Mac, The Villain's View, comes up here on that other side of information and on hot101.net right after us at 9 p.m. Again, let me mention that we will not be with you next week. We will not be with you next week. We will, however, be with you on December 1st. December 1st. Do I have that right? Oh, goodness. I'm looking at a calendar again. I look at my calendar. No, I'm wrong. It's December 4th. I've been saying the wrong date the entire damn night. Oh, God. So next Sunday is the 27th. 20 plus 7 is 27. It is the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend. We will not be with you. Please, I ask you to have a long, quiet, relaxing, healthy, happy, safe Thanksgiving holiday week and weekend. If you can donate money at church to a food bank, anywhere that you can think of, I ask you please to do it. I know things are tough for a lot of us. I'm still out of work. I still have no health insurance. I get all the emails and solicitations that you all get to donate here, there, and the other where. And I am shattered that I can't. It makes me legitimately depressed that I can't do it. When I get to a point where I can, I will. If you are at a point where you can, a can of food here and there, if you want to get so bold as to donate a turkey somewhere, please do so. Let's rebuild the society. Let's help those who can't help themselves. So one of the ways a society is judged, did it stand up? Did that society stand up for those who could not stand up for themselves? Did it speak for those who cannot speak for themselves? So if you can do that this week, I ask you to please do it. If you are traveling by car, by air, by train, by sea, however it might, by walking, biking, public transportation, however, please travel safely. Please be aware. Please be safe. If you see something, say something. Just be safe. Just travel safe. And, you know, nobody likes what they're paying for gas. And we've done an entire program about why we're paying way more for gas than we should be. For this week and this weekend, let's just set that aside and make sure that we visit the people we want to visit, be with the family we want to be with, reconnect with the people that we want to connect with. We have all time in the world to complain about fuel prices. Let's just kind of set it aside this week and visit the family we want to visit. So I ask you to travel safe. If you eat too much, it's kind of the holiday. It's kind of what it is. Just take care of yourselves. Make it a safe, safe holiday. So we will not be with you next week. I want to deeply, deeply thank Brad Kirsch for being here. I am honored by his friendship and that he was willing to come on this program. We return December 4th. I kept saying the wrong date the whole damn show. 4th, December 4th. We return to you live. 3 shows in December, and then it's Christmas and New Year. Sergeant Mac comes up immediately following me in just a few seconds at 9 p.m. Eastern. I somehow got the hiccups in the last minute. So for DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and everyone at hot101.net, for everyone at TCP, for April Riddick, George Dare, Lynn Dare, and of course for Kristen and Daisy and Guy downstairs, I thank you all for being here. I beg you to please take care of yourselves and each other. Sergeant Mac starts right now.